Om Shri Sai Ram. We will commence the session with Vedam chanting. I kindly request Vice Chancellor Sir Professor B. Raghavendra Prasad, Guest of Honor Dr. Ashok Kumar, Director Madam Professor N. Srividya, and the convener of the symposium Dr. M. Srijaya to the stage to light the lamp and inaugurate the session. I also request Honorary Professor B. Andalu to light the lamp. offering my most humble pranams at the lotus feet of Bhagwan Sri Sathya Sai Baba, revered founder Chancellor of Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, Andhra Pradesh. Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor B. Raghavendra Prasad, esteemed Director Professor N. Srividya, distinguished guest of honor Dr. A. Ashok Kumar, respected convener of the Symposium and head of the Department of Food and Nutritional Sciences, Dr. M. Srijaya, renowned speakers, representatives from other higher educational institutions, respected teachers, participants joining us online, esteemed colleagues, and dear students. I deem it my privilege to extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to everyone on the behalf of Department of Food and Nutritional Sciences to the two-day National Symposium on a holistic approach to the sustainable food systems, integrating agriculture, nutrition, and food safety. In a world where the importance of sustainable practices is becoming increasingly evident, the realm of food production and consumption stands at the forefront of our collective attention. From the fields where our crops are grown to the tables where they are served, every aspect of our food journey plays a pivotal role in shaping the health of our planet and the well-being of the future generations. Addressing issues such as policy barriers, market dynamics, technological limitations, and consumer behavior will pave the way for more resilient and equitable food systems. Through collaborative efforts and innovative solutions, we strive to navigate this complex landscape towards a more sustainable and resilient future. Embarking on this journey, the Department of Food and Nutritional Sciences has taken the initiative to adopt sustainable methods for food and nutritional security. This includes validating organic farming methods, exploring microgreen cultivation, and enhancing post-harvest quality management of organically grown fruits and vegetables. Additionally, we are integrating sustainable food processing technologies like solar drying and osmotic dehydration. Our focus extends to sustainable product development encompassing the utilization of biocolors, mushrooms, grains, and more. Furthermore, we are committed on valorizing food waste by extracting fiber, pectin, and other valuable components. I'm delighted to inform you that even the kits provided are sustainable and reflecting our commitment to the environmentally friendly practices. Today, as we gather to explore the intricate web of challenges and opportunities surrounding sustainable food systems, it's crucial to foster collaboration, innovation, and collective action. I now have the honor of inviting Vice Chancellor Sir, Professor B. Raghavendra Prasad, Director Madam, Professor N. Srividya, Guest of Honor, Dr. A. Ashok Kumar, and Convener of the Symposium, Dr. M. Srijaya, to join us on the stage. I kindly request the convener of the symposium to present the tokens of welcome to the Vice Chancellor, sir. Guest of honor, and Director Madam. I request Honorary Professor B. Andalu to present the token of welcome to the invited speakers in the order. Dr. P. Raghavendra, Dr. B.V.S.K. Rao, and Mr. Sam Morgan. To commence our inaugural session, we are privileged to have the welcome address delivered by our esteemed convener, Dr. M. Srijaya, Head and Associate Professor, Department of Food and Nutritional Sciences, IISIHL. Madam pursued a bachelor's in home science and master's in food science and nutrition from Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning. Madam completed her PhD in the field of food technology from Sri Venkateshwara University, Tirupati. Madam's primary research interests include the application of low-dose gamma radiation technique for preserving fruits and vegetables, the optimization of new technologies to maintain the quality of organic produce, and during transportation and storage, the identification of quality and safety indicators for organic produce, and novel technological approaches for processing of functional dairy products. Madam is an excellent teacher with extensive teaching experience in the fields of food technology and nutrition for both undergraduate and postgraduate students. Her subject expertise includes food chemistry, food processing and preservation, fruits and vegetable technology, food safety and quality assurance, women's nutrition, and pediatric and geriatric nutrition. Madam is heading the Department of Food and Nutritional Sciences from June 2022. Madam's deep reverence for Sri Sathya Sai Baba is evident in her unwavering devotion and profound spiritual connection to his teachings. Please join me in welcoming her to the stage to set the tone of a symposium. Over to Dr. M. Srijaya.
Om Shri Sai Ram. I offer my humble pranams at the divine lotus feet of our beloved Bhagwan Sri Sathya Sai Baba. Respected Vice Chancellor Sir Professor B. Raghavendra Prasad, Director Professor N. Srividya, our esteemed keynote speaker Dr. A. Ashok Kumar, Principal Scientist and Product Placement Lead Asia at ICRISAT, International Crop Research Institute for the Semi-Arid Tropics, India. Dr. Raghavendra, Scientist, ICMR, NIN, BVSK Rao, IICT, Hyderabad, and industrial experts, teachers, Mr. Shyam Mohan, research scholars, dear students, and those who have joined online. A very warm welcome to each and every one of you present here, as well as online, to the National Symposium on a holistic approach to sustainable food systems, integrating agriculture, nutrition, and food safety. It is with the immense pleasure and great anticipation that we gather here today to delve into the discussion surrounding one of the most critical themes of our time. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the distinguished speakers, experts, researchers, delegates, and attendees who have gathered here to take part in this significant event. It is often said in the Vedas, I quote, Annam Brahmate Vyajat, unquote. Swami also often says, quote, Annam Parabrahma Swarupam, unquote. The food that we consume is the form of divine. When we partake food, we must consciously offer it to the divine. Chanting God's name while doing this tunes our body towards the divine and thereby sanctifies the thoughts. To enable this effect, the food that reaches our plate should be handled with righteousness. In every step of the process, be it the cultivation, handling, harvesting, processing, manufacturing, or transportation, food should be handled carefully. As we embark on this journey of exploration and enlightenment, our symposium stands as a beacon of hope and platform aimed at addressing the multifaceted challenges surrounding our food systems. Our theme, a holistic approach to sustainable food system, encapsulates the essence of our collective pursuit towards a future where food security, nutrition, and safety are not just aspirations, but fundamental rights of every individual living in the world. In an era marked by rapid urbanization, climate change, and socio-economic disparities, ensuring food safety, promoting nutrition, and upholding food security has emerged as a paramount concern. So the key topics, firstly, we will delve into the realm of sustainable agriculture for food and nutritional security. As we stand on the global population that is expected to surpass around 2050 billions, by 2050 to surpass 9 billions, the sustainability of agricultural practices becomes more crucial than ever. In a world struggling with food insecurity, malnutrition, it is very imperative for sustainable agricultural practices and technologies that not only boost agricultural productivity but also enhance nutritional value, foster biodiversity, and promote resilience in the current environmental uncertainties. Secondly, we will be delving into the sustainable food processing and functional food product development. In a world where dietary patterns are evolving and consumer preferences are shifting towards healthier and more sustainable options, the role of food processing industry becomes pivotal. As we strive to meet the evolving dietary needs of a diverse global population, the development of functional food products holds immense promise. Through sustainable processing methods, we aim to harness the full potential of our natural resources like solar energy while enhancing the nutritional value and health benefits of the foods. We will deliberate on methods to optimize the food processing techniques while ensuring minimum environmental impact, maximizing nutritional content, and fostering the development of functional foods that will contribute to the health and well-being of an individual. Thirdly, we will address the critical link between sustainability in food systems and health outcomes. The interconnectedness between food systems and human health is undeniable. From farm to fork, every aspect of our food journey influences our health outcomes. We will examine strategies to create synergies between food production, distribution, consumption, and health outcomes, with a focus on mitigating diet-related diseases, addressing malnutrition, and promoting overall wellness for the sustainable food systems. The choices we make within our food systems have far-reaching implications for human health and well-being. Lastly, but certainly not the least, we will tackle the pressing issue of the food industry, that is food waste management. And it is imperative to upgrade safe, sustainable practices for food safety. It is estimated that around 1/3 of the food produced globally is lost or wasted every year, amounting to nearly 1.3 billion tons. The staggering statistic not only highlights the inefficiencies within our food systems but also underscores the urgency to address the food waste or food loss. Every year, Global Environmental Protection Agency raises a concern towards industrial food processing solid and liquid waste, which is generated by the fruit and vegetable industries, dairy industries, livestock industries, grain and oilseed industries. Following the old traditional take, make, disposal model is not suiting in the present day, and it is not recommended in the present day for the food processing sector. When prevention is not possible, recovering an unavoidable food waste as a byproduct represents the most promising pathway under circular economy framework, representing the food industrial management, waste management. So through concerted efforts and collaborative initiatives, we can minimize food waste, mitigate risks, and ensure safety and integrity of our food supply chain. In conclusion, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to all the dignitaries who are present here, who have gathered here and present for the realization of this thought for sustainability of food systems to the future. Together, let us embark our journey with the open mind, compassionate hearts, and a shared determination to create a future where food security, nutrition, and safety are not just deals, but they are the fundamental rights of every individual living in this global society. Sairam.
We extend our heartfelt gratitude to Dr. M. Srijaya for an inspiring welcoming address, setting the stage for an enlightening symposium ahead. Thank you for your valuable insights and warm welcome. We have a honor of hearing an introductory note from our esteemed director and former head, Professor N. Srividya, Department of Food and Nutrition Sciences, IHL. Professor N. Srividya, an illustrious alumna of Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, currently holds the esteemed position of Director at the Anandapur campus, IHL. With a distinguished tenure as the head of the department from August 2017 to May 2022, Professor N. Srividya is adorned with accolades in her academic journey, including 2 gold medals for distinction in BSc and MSc in Food Science and Nutrition from SSS-IHL. Notably, she is also a UGC NET Research Fellowship qualifier. Madam's scholarly pursuits have earned her widespread recognition, marked by awards for scientific presentation and esteemed honors such as Science Father, Best Researcher Award, and Sai Krishna Award for Excellence in Research from SSS-IHL. Her academic prowess extends beyond praise with an impressive track record of mentorship. Professor N. Srividya has guided 6 PhD research endeavors and supervised 13 MSc projects. Additionally, she serves as a reviewer and editorial board member for over 15 scientific journals, further solidifying her standing as a respected authority in her field. Madam's research contributions have made a significant impact, evident in her extensive publication portfolio comprising over 50 articles in international peer-reviewed journals. Her work spans diverse domains including food metabolomics, public health nutrition, post-harvest technology, food microbiology, functional food product development, and food chemistry. Notably, Madam's scholarly influence is underscored by her research matrices boasting a H index of 13, an I index of 16, and over 1,000 plus citations. Her research endeavors have also garnered funding from prestigious national agencies such as UGC and ICMR. Madam's multifaceted contribution to academia and research have left an indelible mark on the field of nutrition, reflecting an unwavering commitment to advancing knowledge and innovation in our field. Let us extend a warm welcome to our Director Madam, who will be sharing valuable insights and guiding us as we navigate through the upcoming session.
My most humble pranams at the lotus feet of our founder Chancellor, Bhagwan Shri Sathya Sai Baba, respected Vice Chancellor Professor Raghavendra Prasad sir, the keynote speaker Ashok sir, and other dignitaries, participants online and offline. A warm welcome to all of you on behalf of the department and on behalf of the campus. Sustainability, as we know, is the buzzword today, and there is no way we can escape it. So we have to face it. And if we look at our own traditional methods, our traditional practices, it was very much sustainable. Somewhere in the race of aping the West, we have lost the thread. So now we are here to pick it up again and to see that we push forward with full speed in this direction. If we have to see that this planet Earth, Mother Earth, is in good condition, and then we are also able to survive comfortably. The very fact that our culture treats Earth as Mother Earth, it has given that kind of status to the Earth. When we say Earth, it means everything. Agriculture, our basic food, the water, air around us, everything was revered. And we had to use them in such a way that it is sustainable. That is, it should not harm the giver as well as whoever is partaking. So when we look at our own food palette and the food plate right now, what we have, we are slowly narrowing down to burgers, noodles, pizzas, and cokes, which is very, very sad, especially in a country like India, where we have such a diverse cuisine that you will not be able to completely taste them even throughout your lifetime, even if you happen to try to do it. And unfortunately, this is going to have an effect on the farming community, the demand on the food crops. Anyway, fortunately, with the Prime Minister Modi's campaign on Shri Anna, now millets have come to the forefront. Now, this is not just because only due to nutritional or health reasons. It also has an environmental and a sustainable reasons behind it. And I'm sure some of our experts over here will be elaborating a lot on that, so I'm not touching on that. But when we look during the COVID, one thing which people realize that we cannot waste food. So I remember seeing a lot of YouTube videos and many WhatsApp wherein people started exploring how to use even the peels of the fruits or vegetables. I myself, I remember cooking with banana peel many dishes. And we have making with the different gourd peels, chutneys. Then how do we, the people became creative so that whatever effort we are putting in growing, when we are using the soil to grow something, we are also putting in a lot of resources into it in terms of manure, in terms of water. So when anything goes waste, that all those things are getting wasted. The energy, the amount of effort which is put, everything is going waste. So it is not just per se the food going waste. Whenever we talk about food wastage, we only talk about the per se this much ton of tomato going waste, for example. But along with that, whatever amount of water or any precious resource is gone, also is going waste. So that is a big area where we have to look at sustainable food production, food consumption. So circular economy and these kind of things are now coming up in a very big way. So every industry is also asked to look at their carbon footprint, how they are recycling whatever they're using. So even in our department, in a very small way, we try to encourage the children to start doing vermicomposting, to get back all the food waste back into the manure and growth. Small gardens, kitchen garden. These are something doable at the individual level, at the family level. And then we have to look at the broad, bigger places like, big companies, industries, or colleges, universities. What could be the solutions? These could be your innovative ideas and creative ideas. Here you can bring in, this is the time to think and plan and work on it and, come out with such important ideas. To how to make every stage of, from the production till consumption and post-consumption, how do we make the whole cycle sustainable? And I'm sure this symposium, which is very timely and very important, is going to address many of these issues. So with these few words, I just want to say that one thing Swami had told was Annam Brahma, and he said time is energy, don't waste it. Every resources, Swami equated it to a energy, and he always used to advise us not to waste any of it. We have to give that value back to whatever is being given, and we have to preserve our culture. If we go now, for example, earlier we were gone into the milling, wheat milling. Now we were going back to chakki fresh atta. We are going back to cold pressed oils. So there is a meaning to some of our practices which were really good. So let's dwell back into them and see which can be profitably brought back and be beneficial to the mankind and to Mother Earth. Thank you, Sairam.
We extend our sincere appreciation to our director, Professor N. Srividya, for her insightful introductory note with clarity and vision. Thank you for your invaluable guidance and leadership. We are deeply honored to extend a warm welcome to our esteemed Vice Chancellor, Professor B. Raghavendra Prasad, to grace us with his inaugural address. Professor B. Raghavendra Prasad assumed charge as the 12th Vice Chancellor of SSS IHL on June 2023. A proud alumnus of Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, Prashant Nilayam, Professor B. Raghavendra Prasad joined the Department of Physics at Indian Institute of Science in February 1986, where he worked on a defense project of national importance. Upon completion of this project, he joined the Indian Institute of Astrophysics (IIA) in 1998. At IIA, he led several complex astronomy projects such as fiber-linked high-resolution Israel spectrograph, closed-loop adaptive optics, and multiple space-based astronomy projects. During his tenure at IIA, he established several R&D facilities and field stations. He set up Professor M.G.K. Menon Laboratory for Space Science to design, build, test, and calibrate space-based astronomy platforms, and was also a lead member of the UVIT Astrosat mission for ISRO. Professor B. Raghavendra Prasad was appointed as the principal investigator of the VELC Aditya L1 space solar mission of ISRO. He and his team delivered the primary payload visible emission line chronograph for India's first space solar observatory, Aditya L1. The Aditya L1 mission is expected to give new insights into the understanding the dynamics of our sun and help develop models for space weather prediction and several other areas of solar astronomy. Professor B. Raghavendra Prasad was chairman or member of several scientific committees formed by different R&D institutions, universities, and research funding agencies. He held several administrative positions as chairman, member of selection and assessment committees at IIA and other academic institutions. Professor B. Raghavendra Prasad visited several reputed universities, research centers in several countries on academic programs, and is also a fellow member of several professional bodies. Sir has been an active participant in many of the socially relevant service activities of alumna of IIHL over the last 35 years. He is passionate about sustainable energy technologies and environment and has worked on several initiatives for the Sathya Sai Central Trust in this domain. Your presence here today is greatly valued, and we welcome you once again, sir. Over to Professor B. Raghavendra Prasad.
Om Shri Sai Ram. I offer my most prayerful salutations at the lotus feet of our revered founder Chancellor, respected director of the campus, the deans, distinguished speakers, guests, members of the faculty, all online and offline participants, and my dear students. Of course, food and nutrition and all these things are very strange words for me. Other than that, I like food and I like good taste. But beyond that, my knowledge of this is quite sketchy or maybe borders to zero. However, I thought probably we should, as a welcome speech or talk, I need to sort of prepare something for what I'm going to talk about. Of course, fortunately, I found that several of the UN SDGs, and in fact almost 1/3 of them, is focused about food chain, food sustainability itself, and food and health and its impact on various goals, environmental issues. And also, today's program started with a beautiful chanting from Chamakam. The Rigveda is known for, I don't know what the age for Rigveda is. And Chamakam is one of the main, and one of the Anuvakas, what students chanted over there. It is all centered around food. Food of different nature, food of different kind, and the respect for food, and respect for Mother Nature, respect for sustainability, and respect for all-round growth and happiness, respect for the health. So you see, if you look at historically, I think probably India is the only civilization where this was realized millions of years ago. If not millions, at least few thousands of years ago. The importance of agriculture, nutrition, health, and then sustainability. I think with that intention in mind, now the UN itself has come full circle on importance of maintaining the sustainability, particularly in the food sustainability, food cycle itself. Of course, Professor Srijay has stole my thunder, so, in terms of population and agriculture and various things, she practically covered whatever I wanted to say. And in spite of that, I did prepare some notes, put some effort, so I thought I should talk about it. If it is a repetition, I'm sorry for that. When I see this symposium itself, I feel very happy. You have expertise of different kind over here participating. And it's very difficult to get such, team of experts in different domains centered around one aspect on a single platform. It's very difficult generally. And we have, academicians, researchers, scientists, industrialists, and very keen participants, very keen and enthusiastic, participants and students who are eager to catch every word of it, what the experts say. And I'm sure it's going to be really a festival, intellectual festival over the next 2 days over here, where the students will listen to a lot of experts of this kind. So where if somebody wants to go into pure research, they can go into pure research. Somebody wants to develop some products, they can do some products, develop certain products. Somebody wants to go into entrepreneur mode, they can do that. So you have all the expertise over here. So my suggestion to students and all our young faculty colleagues to make best use of this situation. Of course, one talked about, the populations, which is more or less in spite of whatever the effort based on the improvement in the health sector, the population is ever increasing. Maybe the growth rate has stabilized to some extent, but still it's an ever increasing, number. So now how do we take care of all of them? Where we need to focus on health issues, and then also the nutrition and food safety itself. So at the core of this, what we call sustainable food system, lies the topic of this, the theme of this symposium, that is agriculture. The primary thing is agriculture. If you see our own Indian agriculture system, I'm not an expert, but whatever little bit we read and come across and the general knowledge, had a very sustainable model. It always respected, the nature and the kind of varieties and the kind of nutrients in the food, everything catering to certain level of population. See, it always respected, somewhere or other nature had balanced all these things, the requirements as well as the population both. So at some point of time, because of various reasons, the population started increasing because of longevity and various other health schemes. You find the demand on food itself. It's not only just in India, it's a global phenomenon, because if you look at the numbers over the last few decades, I think it is multiplied by 2-3 factors, right? Our own India's population was about 30 crores during independence, around that number, somewhere around that ballpark figure. Now we have crossed 100. So it's a almost 3 times increase, but the land mass is not increased, right? It's the same. So the agriculture here now took a total deviation in terms of the crop research, which is talking in terms of more in terms of production. Okay, you want produce more and more crops. Of course, it is required. There's no doubt about it. But again, in that effort, conserving resources and biodiversity and climate change have taken a back seat. So agriculture now, if you look at our own what we call organic agriculture, what we had earlier, did respect all these things. But now to cater to such a big population, the agriculture itself has gone into a different domain where the sustainability and biodiversity have taken a back seat. And now we are facing that in terms of climate change, all the other health issues, pandemics. So the UN and all the what we call so-called think tank of the world started looking at it more seriously about agriculture itself. And that's where our own Indian ethos, our own Indian agriculture system, even though it is sort of what they say cannot meet the demands of the population, but still some amount of new technologies can be brought in over there, which I'm sure all the scientists over here have been working very hard on that and trying to ensure the production is ensured. At the same time, biodiversity as well as eco requirements are also maintained. So that's the theme of the agriculture itself. And of course, with that, there are 2 terms. What they use is agroecology. That's a new term, I guess, the terminology which is people use quite often, agroecology. And the other one is organic farming. Okay, these are the 2 things which is now, at the center of our attention. And nutrition is, of course, is inseparable from sustainable agriculture. Even though the production has improved so many times, so many factors, but we cannot ignore the factor of malnutrition that is plaguing, particularly the children and elders. So somewhere or other, we need to focus on the food production with the nutrients being maintained and intact and in their pristine natural forms. Because see, the other thing is that whatever we say, the nature itself has evolved over certain thousands of years just to sustain itself. It is all in terms of the natural nutrients in food products, which are very, very healthy. But of course, because of now, I'm not commenting, I'm not saying anything right or wrong over here, but the productivity has increased so much because of some kind of genetic, modifications and increasing the production and various things. So the nutrition has taken a backstage, even though there are a lot of efforts are going on in all its sincerity and to maintain the nutrient values of the food that we take, which is very, very critical for health. You may have a very good healthcare system, but if you are not healthy, the healthcare system is only a burden for you. Okay, it's like, you can't do anything. You're on a state where your normal activities themselves are not possible. So that's where there's no point in longevity without even though healthcare is there. Longevity without actual enjoying that longevity is very, very important. So that's the important point of nutrition itself. So again, the supply chain itself, we have several food industries, and of course, Professor Srividya talked about the new craze for pizzas, burgers, cokes, all kinds of very fancy stuff. And it's very well known that it's very well documented, very well researched. Many of these foods have very, very detrimental effects on human health, particularly including the mental health also, because the kind of additives, even though companies claim that they have zero additives, whatever it is, they may say in the short term laboratory experiments and various things, they may not show much of an effect to cause any harms. So they say some regulations, safety regulations and things are, but we do not know the long-term effects of many of these things. I think that's where the governments and the population by and large are trying to realize the safety of food itself and the additives, and also the packaging industries. Because the packaging industries, in terms of keeping the food safe and intact for longer periods, and for transferring it to various locations and then keeping it for longer periods, they also go through certain process of packaging it. Even though every effort is made to maintain the integrity of the quality of the food, but you still find there are certain issues with the packaging itself, and you find many times, you find in newspapers, everywhere you read that the packaging itself would have damaged the food, quality of the food. So I'm sure we have several industrialists who are very, very cognizant of this particular aspect and working very, very hard on that, the packaging, and transport industry itself. So if you look at it, it's all a very holistic approach. None of these are an independent entity by itself. So these are all integrated. They all have to work together hand in hand if you really want to save Mother Earth, save ourselves, save our future generations. This is where one needs to draw the line very clear line between necessity and greediness. Because somewhere or other, the greediness overtakes, and the so-called, I don't want to make this statement, but there's a lot of greediness among people who want more and more at the cost of others, particularly the food chain supply and various domains. So we need to balance all that and try to respect. And of course, the UN itself has come out with various safety aspects now and sustainable aspects. And I'm also very happy to see that this institution, Sathya Institute of Higher Learning, from the very inception, we have always followed the model of we have been role model in terms of sustainability. Be it any of our research programs, be it our own food and nutrition department, every one of them, even though we did not talk about it, when I listen to a lot of theses that are coming out and various programs, I find that because somewhere or other some of us are sort of tuned in, looking for sustainability in everything. Okay. So when we see that we have sustainability in a very, very natural way. And that's not because of any of our efforts. The way our founder Chancellor looked at it, the way he taught all of us without talking about it. See, he preached very minimally, if you ask me. I mean, I think we learnt most from the practices that were followed. Okay, looking at our own seniors, looking at our own elders, looking at him, Swami himself, we learnt a lot of things in a very subtle but direct but very long-lasting impact on all of us. So when I see that, I'm very, very happy that our institute, not to boast of my own institute, but having seen in various other places also, I can say that the concept of sustainability is ingrained in every one of us. And very happy to note that our Food and Nutrition department is playing a very, very major role, a very key role in this. And of course, we have I think you should clap louder for your faculty members, okay? The students should really clap louder. Because for decades, they have ensured that, this model is maintained over here. So with that, I wish everyone a very warm welcome over here. Please have this, 2-day program, which is intellectually stimulating, and then you can learn a lot of things from all the experts who have come here, traveled all the way from their different places, sacrificing their own professional time, and come here to be with you and help you all out. I'm sure the students should make best use of this opportunity. Thank you once again. Have a good time. Sai Ram.
We extend our sincere thanks to our Vice Chancellor, Sir, Professor B. Raghavendra Prasad, for sharing his invaluable insights and enriching our event with his wisdom. I request Professor N. Srividya, Madam, to hand over the token of our appreciation to the Vice Chancellor, Sir. It's my pleasure now to invite Dr. Tapasya Anand, Assistant Professor, Department of Food and Nutrition Sciences, on stage to introduce our distinguished guest of honor and keynote speaker, Dr. A. Ashok Kumar. Dr. Tapasya Anand earned her BSc and MSc degrees and a doctorate from the Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning in 2005, 2007 and 2012, respectively, joining as an assistant professor at the Department of Food and Nutrition Sciences in 2013 and actively engaging in both teaching and research. Her teaching areas include functional foods and nutraceuticals, clinical nutrition, molecular nutrition, sports nutrition, human physiology, fermentation technology, and food processing technology. Dr. Tapasya Anand's research interests focus on nutritional and phytochemical profiling of food materials, formulation of functional products for type 2 diabetes and athletes, exploring therapeutic potential in vitro models of food materials and developed products, and investigating the impact of COVID-19 on cognitive health as well as the nexus between nutrition and cognition. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Tapasya Anand.
Thank you, Darshini. Om Shri Sai Ram. Offering my loving pranams at Bhagwan's lotus feet, respected Vice Chancellor Sir, Professor B. Raghavendra Prasad, Director Madam, Professor N. Srividya, Head of the Department, Dr. M. Srijaya, invited speakers, dear teachers, research scholars, and my dearmost students, warm greetings to all present here. I deem it my privilege to invite our guest of honor, Dr. A. Ashok Kumar. Sir obtained his PhD from Division of Genetics, Indian Agricultural Research Institute, New Delhi, and completed certification courses in data-driven decision-making, product management, and leading the organization from the Stanford University University of California, and University of Queensland. Currently, he is working as Principal Scientist 2 and Interim Director, Regional Program Asia at the International Crops Research Institute for the Semi-Arid Tropics, ICRISAT, India. He has 24 years of research experience in genetics, plant breeding for developing improved breeding processes and market-preferred cultivars in various crops, particularly the sorghum and castor that resulted in release of more than 100 cultivars in 15 countries. Released first biophyte sorghum variety, Prabhani Shakti, and fast-tracked its delivery. Deploying data-driven decisions in breeding is one of the core areas of his work. As product placement lead, Asia since 2019, his major focus is on modernizing the breeding programs, designing product profiles, developing innovative approaches that enhance the rate of genetic gain in crops, and in developing innovative seed systems for rapid replacement of farmers' varieties. He developed proposals and raised more than 30 million US dollars from various donors like BMGF, USAID, CFC, FAO, IFAD, World Bank, and Harvest Plus, and implemented multi-institutional research and development projects engaging over 60 multidisciplinary collaborators globally, and currently overseeing 20 projects as PI and co-PI. He served as an international consultant to the FAO, an international Atomic Energy Agency of the UN in Sudan and Austria. He has guided 10 PhD students and published 100 journal articles, 45 book chapters, 60 conference papers, and co-authored 8 books. Sir is a member of Strategic Management and Research Leadership Team of ICRISAT and the chairperson of ICRISAT Institutional Biosafety Committee. It's an honor to have you, sir, with us. Today, sir will be speaking to us on the topic, Transformation of Agri-Food Systems for Enhanced Food and Nutritional Security and Profitability in Drylands. Over to you, sir.
Madam, thank you very much for that kind introduction. Good morning to you all. Very nice to see you. I didn't expect that the audience will be so young today. Thank you very much, the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir Dr. Raghavendra Prasad, Dr. Srividya, Dr. Srijaya. Sorry, I couldn't come before to this day. Maybe I missed out your international conference, but I'm very happy and really humbled to be here, and I'm really touched by your simplicity, humility, and the serene atmosphere around. This is something we think in our campus, it's very, very serene, but we have something else also like that. Actually, I'm very happy to be here today, and it's my honor, actually. I'm very happy. Thank you very much for inviting me and share my experience and my work with all of you here. Okay, in fact, so when I was listening to the remarks given by all my distinguished previous speaker, not speakers, but university authorities and organizers, then I thought almost my topic is covered. So I don't have much to say, honestly. I mean, from the start of this program, your Vedam chanting was showing all the things, like all the crops, the food, biodiversity, environmental sustainability, your health and nutrition. Everything is literally covered in that. So I was thinking, people, thousands of years ago also, they visualized, such a visionaries they were, and they could really anticipate what is required, and they were put in such a nice way so that people will remember forever and thrive for it. As Madam mentioned a while ago, yes, in race for something else, we lost our naturality, originality, and now again going back to the nature-based solutions, what we call, right? So very nice again. I'll take you through some of the slides. Wherever you have any point, please feel free to ask. This is not any lecture. Okay, it's basically to share our experiences, particularly my institutional experience. How actually we have to transform the agri-food systems for increasing the food and nutritional security, and also, of course, protecting the environment, and also ensuring that we'll be providing some income sources to the dryland farmers. So that's the whole idea of this topic. Okay. So for those of you not very familiar with the institution where I'm working, it's basically ICRISAT, headquartered in Hyderabad, India. We are an international non-profit, non-political institute established in 1972. It's like a UN body. It has a UN body status in India. It has certain privileges and immunities. The idea is Government of India hosted this institute when FAO and UNDP proposed to establish. So they said, okay, this institution will be more than happy to host near Hyderabad, in India first, of course. Then we will help them to do research and spread this research to global audiences. So in that process, various locations were actually examined, and there was a reason why the Patancheru location near Hyderabad selected. We have a very unique system of soils over there and environment. Maybe some of you might have seen, maybe at least your staff and your senior students, where we have 40% black soils and 60% red soils at one place. Actually very unique on the globe, actually. So that was the main reason why it was selected. So this institution basically work to transform the food systems in the drylands, particularly by providing end-to-end solutions, not just looking at one component, but looking at the entire production system, the supply chain, the consumption system, the markets, the policy environment, everything, and the capacities of the people, women empowerment. So we work on a number of aspects by bringing together lots of players. In fact, we work with many number of organizations. In fact, some of the speakers, when we were interacting, we noticed actually with NIN, I have a collaboration for at least last 20 years, roughly. And maybe before also my predecessor have. So is with IICT. So IMR, we work day in, day out. So like that. So that's how we build the partnerships and bring in a lot of global experiences and elevate the science and try to provide solutions to the farmers basically and other actors in the value chain. We have one of the world's largest gene bank, actually a germplasm collection in almost 10 crops, 11 crops rather. So we have one of the world's largest gene bank, well maintained at our place. So we are like custodians for the humankind. So anybody in the world who wants to do research in these crops will send a request to our organization saying that I want to do this work. Can you send me this kind of germplasm materials, so that the work starts from there. The material is shared freely and they can make crosses and build their breeding programs and come out with new varieties. And so far, while we host almost 130,000 germplasm exchanges while we hold. We shared 16 lakh samples by now to more than 100 countries, and using them 1275 new varieties in our crops have been released in 81 countries, and we follow a very holistic system, not looking at the component as I mentioned. So it is basically in this holistic system, every aspect what you do, you try to be more efficient, and try to meet the expectations and without disturbing the ecology or nature as much as possible. So that's the main idea. It starts with identifying a problem in the crop production or in the processing or in the consumption or in marketing, whatsoever. So then you work out with the partners or with the government, private sector, and come out with a solution and share it widely. So that's how we look at it. It's not only genetic innovations, but we work a lot on the soils, water, crop management aspects, different cropping systems as such. And once the production happens, then how best we can handle them, store them, process them, then transport them and distribute them to the consumers. So all these aspects are embedded in the entire process. And just to simply put it, the vision of our institute is to build a prosperous, food secure and resilient dryland tropics with a regional focus on Africa and Asia, because these are the two regions which are highly disadvantaged by virtue of the growth or climate change issues and many other development challenges. The mission is basically to reduce the poverty, hunger, malnutrition, and environmental degradation. Exactly these were the points mentioned in the morning also. So that's what is the entire mission of the institute actually. So as I mentioned, in the gene bank, we collected actually from more than 110 or 115 countries a large number of accessions. We purified and we maintain them, and we store them in the long-term and medium-term storage under very utmost careful conditions. And we regenerate every few years. And whenever a request comes, suppose if somebody in SSI IHL wants to do work on, let's say, small millet improvement, just one email is required. You will receive the materials, and you can start working. And this entire set of the materials you can see on the top right. This is it's a 6-floor building in Norway, and literally in the northern hemisphere of the globe. So it is permafrost, 24/7. It is covered with ice, so you don't need any energy. You said you're always energy conscious, so we don't need to provide external energy. It will keep it so cold. The viability of the seeds kept there is almost 100 years, expected to be 100 years. So all these 130,000 are already stored in that building. So even if something happens in Patancheru and nothing is there, still we have a replica available there. And also one more location is also available. So that way human race is safe in terms of these actions. So this is how we package and send now and then to them. And we show to the people whenever we regenerate, we invite, we show to the scientists, everybody to select what they want to their ecologies. That's how the sharing happens. Just I gave a list of crop-wise, the 6 major crops, 3 cereal crops, and of course now minor millets also we have added, and 3 legumes in that chickpea, groundnut, and pigeon pea. I'm happy to tell you some of the most popular groundnut varieties grown in Anantapur are from our institute. So they come to Kadiri, and from Kadiri again they'll get distributed actually. So we have more than 1275 cultivars. So you can see the red area. This is the area where our varieties are spread over globally. In fact, some of them are not covered. For example, Saudi Arabia, because they don't have agriculture in the past. So they didn't have our varieties. But now I am taking varieties to there, maybe in 1-2 years. That is also covered with red. Okay. So again, mention was made how difficult globally, how challenging it is with the malnutrition. We have a scientist from NIN actually who deals with that very well every day. So if you see when in a bigger policy making conference, there was a survey actually made in the conference. What are the global challenges the humanity is facing? What do you think personally? It was asked actually. So the most people mentioned malnutrition is one of the biggest challenges to the human race as on today. Of course, climate change is another, conflicts and many other things are there, of course. So when you see, if you see the globe, actually it is again South Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa. These are the worst affected continents or regions with micronutrient malnutrition, and this is where we are focusing. That's how our focus is basically on these two regions predominantly. So I thought, okay, before going to Anantapur, what is the status of course, if you take any other districts, also more or less same. But I thought I will have a look at Anantapur's nutrition or health situation, how it goes. We have the National Family Health Surveys conducted, periodically in the country. And it is again mind-blowing. In the sense, 40% of the children under 5 years are, stunted. I think almost 15% wasted. And again, 40% again are underweight. Same is anemia, if you see in the women or in the children, more than 50%. And even in the men, anemia is 22%. The latest survey, when we looked at also, it's more or less same, not very significantly different, maybe 1-2% higher or lower than the previous survey. So that means, so we need to make interventions in the dietary behavior, in the food production, so that people have a very healthy choice. In fact, while taking dinner, we were discussing. I'm not an economist, but always I tell my economics colleagues that if you see the World Bank kind of numbers for poverty definition, somebody who earns, let's say, $1.5 per day or $2 per day, more than that is considered not below the poverty line. So going by that statistics in India now, when we were students, we used to think India's poverty is around 30-35%, but now it is around 5%. And this is one of the world record, one country which reduced the poverty level from such a big number to less than 10% or 5 to 10%. And if you say absolute numbers, this is the globally highest number of people that came out of poverty. So India is a leading example globally for the UN and other development agencies that how poverty was addressed in India, by various measures. But the challenge is, I tell them, but I'm not happy with those numbers. Numbers, for me, actually, sorry, the other way around, this number should change. Why should be 40% people be stunted? And why should 50% people are anemic? That means people are not poor, but still they are anemic and malnourished. So that is a big mismatch between the what is current, but what actually can be different. So I think that is where we as a community have a responsibility to educate people, to educate the policymakers, educate the school children, women, everyone, that please focus on your health, focus on what you are eating, diversify your food basket. That is a fundamental goal for every one of us. Wherever you go, please talk about that. In fact, first we should also change ourselves. I'm not saying we are malnourished, but we can have very healthy choice, when we are eating actually. Okay. So while we know that malnutrition is a big challenge, climate change is a huge another challenge which is already happening actually. No more anticipated challenge, now it is happening challenge. And heat is going to increase, and water is going to decrease, and there are tremendous pressure on the planetary sources. We call it planetary boundaries. We are already reaching to the planetary boundary in most of the aspects. So in that case, then what is the solution? So there are certain crops, certain processes that help us to make the world going very sustainably. So one among them is these millets actually. So it's like literally a nature-based solution for humans, in terms of their evolutionary advantage, in terms of their nutritional value, their quick growth, their resilience to the climate, and their adaptation to a very, very large number of areas. And you can see this is just a comparison of the nutritional values, vis-a-vis the major food crops like rice, wheat, or maize, how the millets are performing. You can see the numbers. For example, protein content, millets are far ahead of the major cereals. Similarly, for the fiber, which is very critical actually, and all the micronutrients you can see, one or the other millet will top the list. So that means what? When you eat more millets, and don't eat just one millet. You try to have different millets, weekly once at least. So, and in the 3 meal a day, at least have 1 meal with the millets, so that will diversify the food basket, that will take care of the nutrition, and that will protect the farmers and also help the planet. So we call them as smart foods because they take very less from the planet, but they give us much more than what they take. Of course, finger millet, many of you are familiar, those who are in food and nutrition, is a real gem actually of the crops for calcium content. It has 3 times higher calcium than the milk actually, and it's bioavailable. That's the biggest benefit. These things we learned from NIN actually. So bioavailability, nobody told me in genetics. But when I joined my job, when I was doing biofortification research, the first thing is having 100 ppm is not your goal. You should see how much is bioavailable. Then that is another dimension and complexity added to the research. So we have to increase iron and zinc, but at the same time reduce phytate. And if you reduce phytate too much, the plant will collapse. So you need to optimize to a level that plant will survive, it will resist the pests and diseases, still produce good grain, have less phytate in the grain, but have more iron and zinc. So this was the breeding target for us when we did biofortification. So the good thing is, for millets particularly, of course for most of the other crops also, India is the epicenter of production and consumption. And you can see a range of millets, almost 10-12 millets grown in the country in multiple states. And in some states, particularly like if you go to Maharashtra or Rajasthan or Karnataka, North Karnataka particularly, millets consumption is very, very high, even to some extent in Haryana, Gujarat, pearl millet actually. And Maharashtra is sorghum. And North Karnataka is sorghum, South Karnataka is finger millet. And also little bit millets in Odisha, and also in Rayalaseema you have good number of millets. Little bit in Madhya Pradesh. The beauty is, in fact, last night I was telling, which is sometimes we never imagine, in states like Assam, Assam is known for its rainfall, 2,500 mm rainfall actually. And they started a Assam millet mission. So in which I'm working very closely. So we are testing now pearl millet over there, proso millet there, and foxtail millet there. They're coming up so well actually. Though consumption is a challenge because they never tasted. So so for us challenge is to provide them in the farm where they like it actually. The consumption should happen. So in their native food format we have to supply the millet products. Okay. So good thing is because of Government of India's support, the millet areas of course is around 17 million hectares now. Productivity is around 1 ton, little over, so that's why 18 million tons. But 2018 actually, Government of India declared 2018 as the National Year of Millets in India. That's where actually the lot of people started talking about millets. And and it not just announced, it took lots of measures in terms of providing policy support, educating people, pushing for millets consumption in the through public distribution or Anganwadis, and even to some states like Odisha, in any government meeting, only millet biscuits are served. There is a government notification that you can't serve anything else. So that's the kind of stringent measures people have taken. That's how millets have forayed into very unconventional areas now. Okay. Again, today morning we were discussing, while there is so much awareness happened in the last few years, and of course 2023 was declared as International Year of Millets. I have one slide next. But now the awareness is so much, everybody wants to buy millets, and if you go to supermarket in Hyderabad, millets cost is 60 rupees a kilo or even more. It goes more than that. Whereas rice and wheat are much less compared to millets. So now they are no more available to a common man, actually, common woman, I mean to say common person. So that's how we need to now increase the productivity, so that the whatever the demand is coming up, consumption demand is growing, then we should match it so that we can provide at a reasonable and affordable price to the people. So this is a slide I was mentioning. This slide, I really like it very much for 2-3 reasons. One is this slide, this photo was taken in 2021 December 6th in FAO headquarters in Rome. Okay, that was the time when officially the International Year of Millets 2023 was inaugurated. Sorry, 2022 December 6th. So that was the day it was inaugurated. So in this, I'm very happy for the reason, out of 6 people in the photo, 5 are women, which is a very, very rare thing in the international arena. You don't see like such pictures. And out of the 5 women, 4 are from India. That's another beauty. The 5th woman, an English woman, she is my boss, Director General of ICRISAT. And all others, some of them, she's a minister, Shobha Karandajle from Karnataka, Union Minister for Agriculture. And the last one is Dr. Shubha Thakur, not doctor, she's IAS officer. She is Joint Secretary, now Additional Secretary in Ministry of Agriculture, Government of India. The next madam is, she's India's representative in the FAO Rome. And she is she's a great culinary expert, actually, chef in a 5-star hotel in Delhi. So this is a beauty, and the Chinese person is the FAO Director General. So so this is how the inauguration. So wherever I go, I show this picture. I say that when you say millets, 2 things comes to mind. One is India is there, and women are there when you are talking about millets. Okay, that's the greatness. Okay. Now go back to the let's say then when we have to improve any crop, starts with the gene bank. You see the diversity what you have. When we have thousands of accessions, each accession is very unique. It looks different, it has different traits, and it has different things to offer to us. So we need to bring in, but not that in a local or land race you have all good traits. Only few are good and rest all is very bad. So you need to combine that good, from each line into one good variety with all desirable traits, like kind of idealistic person. We need to bring such traits. So that's how we work, and you can see the number of accessions, and that shows how much variability is available and how much work we have in hand to combine them into a desirable variety here. So in the process, I don't go deep into these technologies, but basically we need to use, very high-end genomics and phenomic tools. When you make a cross, when you advance the populations, you need to select the real desirable one, by measuring them, or by looking at their DNA or their other traits, and you need to select the best of the lines. And of course, climate change is happening, then you need to look at their heat tolerance or then drought tolerance, their protein, their micronutrients. insect resistance. You can see the fall armyworm, which wasn't a pest 10 years ago. It was just in Africa at the time, but now it is invading everywhere. It came to sorghum first, then to pearl millet, now to maize and many other millets actually. It is devastating. So we developed a very artificial screening technique so that you can actually see the differences between the genotypes and you can select the one that has resistance. So like that you need to integrate a number of technologies and develop the new varieties. Now comes to when you harness all this and you reach to a level where you can have the products, that can be really taken to the farmer. It will, after extensive years of developing and testing, let's say we started biofortification research maybe 2003 or 4, around that time, and initially it was ICRISAT, then roped in NIN, then IMR and many other players. Harvest Plus funded this, Gates Foundation basically. And in 2013, we could release the first biofortified pearl millet variety and named as Dhana Shakti, because you have money and you have energy, Shakti, right? Dhana Shakti it was named. And it's a very nice high yielding variety and quite drought tolerant. And the iron and zinc content is one of the highest. No other major cereal actually is close to that. It is 70 ppm iron, 45 to 50 ppm zinc in that grain. Similarly, in 2018, we released the Parbhani Shakti in sorghum. Actually, these were released by Marathwada Agriculture University in Maharashtra. So that's why Parbhani, it is based in Parbhani town. So Parbhani Shakti, they named it. And you can see the variety. It's very, it's just like the grains are so beautiful looking, like pearls. So we call them, that's why very pearly kind of grain variety. And the iron and zinc is 50% higher than anything best available in sorghum globally. So that much is the difference. While yield is high, its insect and pest resistance is high, it is drought tolerant, it can tolerate heat up to 42 degrees centigrade. And I think as in today, Anantapur is facing somewhere 37, 38 is the maximum. It can tolerate even 42 when the seed matures. So that is the level of tolerance we have. And a large number of farmers already growing, and it is now going to multiple countries actually. It is tested in Sudan, doing well, again in Saudi it is doing well. So we not just developed a product, but we looked at how far they are making a difference. When you develop a biofortified variety, what is that guarantee that really people are getting benefit out of it? Where is the proof? Where is the evidence? This is how the donors question. So then we generate a lot of evidence. So here actually a lot of medical colleges and NIN also helped in establishing the, when you feed with a controlled grain and also with a biofortified grain, how much difference it happens in the children, in the pregnant woman or adolescent woman. So all this data is generated through very nicely designed experiments, and it was published. So this is how we generated evidence that when you consume biofortified products, it will be beneficial to the consumers, to the people. It makes a significant difference in their growth, cognitive abilities, health, and all those parameters. And they're beneficial to the farmers because they fetch good price, and beneficial to the nature because they'll take less water. They are tolerant to climate change issues. So all that things are recorded and distributed. So then the question comes to us is, okay, now that you identified a problem, so you developed a solution, then how you take it to the people, to the farmers first. You need to produce it in a massive scale. So then we need to work on the seed systems in multiple countries. Seed systems in each country is different, and in each country also for different crop seed system is different. For example, cotton seed system is different in the same place. For groundnut, the seed system is different. Here it's all OPVs and government kind of system. Our farmers will take up the seed production and distribute locally. So this is a different system. If it is cotton, or if it is maize, or if it is sorghum, pearl millet, it is all hybrids. Private sector plays a predominant role. They do the seed multiplication. So accordingly, depending upon the crop and country, the seed system has to be developed. So we worked on a very very unique seed system, which is the first time in the CGIAR as early as in year 2000. So we invited a lot of private sector. We thought no government or no individual actually can go to each farmer and be able to supply. So we worked with more than 45 seed companies. We have requested them to provide the money for research and take the material coming out of it. So every year, ma'am, what's the time? Can I just 20 minutes. Okay, yeah, thank you. So that's how the material is given to the private sector. From there, they produce the hybrids and take it to the farmers. And the biggest advantage in this model what we got is we got some money for our research. First time private sector contributing to the public research. So we raised almost $10 million by now. And the beauty is because private sector is so aggressive and they're making money, they are able to take to millions of farmers, and 70% of the market they captured actually. So when you develop a product, your biggest satisfaction is when people are using and benefiting out of it, right? So that's the beauty. And this is one hybrid I wish to mention too. This was awarded by Government of India as a landmark variety. This is a 4A sorghum we developed. And the beauty is 15 seed companies in India. They take licensing for seed multiplication, commercialization, and that money, whatever we get, we use for further research. And that's how we survive and circulate. This is another model we followed in Maharashtra, involving the public sector and groups, farmer groups for seed increase. So a lot of digital solutions we are providing in the seeds, in the forecasting and in maintaining the seed quality in the seed chain, and ensuring that quality seed goes to the farmer with full traceability, end-to-end traceability in the seed chain. This is one thing I wish to tell you here, and mention was already made, Sustainable Development Goals, 17 goals, and many of us are working to contribute. But the challenge is sometimes, and there are synergies between, actually SDG 2 is one of the prime focus for us, because reducing the hunger, and of course nutrition is another, poverty is another, and climate action is 13. This is also very important. But the challenge is, you also can have synergy between SDGs, and there can be trade-offs also between, how can it happen? You see, if you want to reduce poverty or reduce hunger, you need to increase the food production. If you want to increase food production, you need to give more nutrients, and more inputs, better seeds, and all that stuff you need to give, so that just like green revolution, like when you give everything in a very optimal situation, the productivity goes up. But when you increase more inputs, it will also give a lot of emissions. When you are using a lot of fertilizers, so it is causing a lot of emissions. So that is exactly reverse in the climate action actually. In climate action, you need to reduce the emissions, reduce the input usage, but that may potentially reduce your production. So that's why we are advocating and practicing more of regenerative agriculture. It's almost similar to sustainable agriculture. Sustainable agriculture is something like you maintain the status quo while you use it, right, a resource. But when you say regenerative, you improve actually, not just sustainable, you improve that resource while you're using it. So that mechanism we are following. It's basically in every decision you make, everything you do, always keep in mind, what nature would have done in this. If this is a scenario, how nature would have reacted. So take that as a principle in every action in the regenerative agriculture. So basically here, we try to improve the soil health, biodiversity, and improving the water cycle, and of course, improving the carbon status of the soil, which will have multiplier effect actually, and increasing the climate resilience. You might have heard of one phenomena globally. Now it is called One Health. If you have to have one health on this planet, you need to first start with the soil. If soil is healthy, soil microbes are healthy, then the plants will be healthy, from their animals, from their humans. So this continuum we need to protect. So that is called One Health. So which is made possible, so such principles actually. So from a crop side, in the regenerative agriculture, basically, we try to reduce the yield gap between the research station and the farmer field. So at my experimental site, I may get 4 tons, but if farmer is getting 1.5 or 2 tons, so that gap needs to be bridged by providing the entire technology and helping the farmer to actually raise the production. So increasing the nutrition efficiency and tillage is one important thing actually. So over years now the awareness is coming, we should not too much till the earth, otherwise the carbon which is trapped in the soil is going back to the atmosphere. So that is another challenge. So here the focus is to have reduced or zero tillage and improving the water use efficiency. These are some of the examples in multiple states in India. Some of them could be even Anantapur actually, or surrounding areas where you focus on in situ soil and also water conservation methods, by digging trenches or making farm ponds. Even in the cultivation practices, actually raised beds, then leaving a furrow for water infiltration and soil erosion stoppage. Then even mulching the soil so that moisture is not lost. Weeds are suppressed, but the crop will grow. So these are the various mechanisms demonstrated and deployed in the farmers' fields. And this has significantly not just water conservation, but improving the soil health, then better crops, better management, processing and market linkage, everything is provided. So in Bhuchetana in Karnataka, we worked for 10 to 15 years, wherein almost 1 million farmers were benefited by transferring these technologies, and their income levels have significantly improved, actually more than from 6,300 per season per hectare to 16,000 at that time. It was done almost 10-15 years ago. And this led to a lot of crop diversification. Again, we were discussing yesterday, like Anantapur was once upon a time famous for groundnut alone. But now we heard and we are seeing actually groundnut area is coming down drastically. But other crops like horticulture, they are growing, the area is growing and the quality is coming up well. So that is, that's kind of diversification happens, depending upon the climate change or the change of market responses. That is how the diversification is taking place, which is actually good for the health of the people, good for the soils and environment, and good for the income source also will improve actually. This is one success story I wish to share with you. In fact, maybe one and a half year ago. So we were in Delhi in the Ministry of Agriculture office, Government of India. So they called for a bit high-level meeting. Niti Aayog was also there. So one of the concerns government has is while India is so proud of its agricultural growth, and even we are able to export many things, but still we are importing lots of edible oils. We are far away from the self-sufficiency in terms of oils. So we import a lot of palm oil, a lot of sunflower oil, and also certain legumes like pigeon pea and lentils we are importing, which government is seeing very, very seriously. I mean, why should we import? So why can't we be self-sufficient? So in that, we took one of their challenges, and this we implemented. We are also implementing this year. In the eastern India, there is a lot of area, almost 12 million hectares. The rice fallows, after growing the kharif rice, the land is fallow, but still there is moisture available. So we are using such tracks, and we are growing sunflower over there, which is a new crop, never grown in that belt, particularly in Odisha, in Bihar, and eventually West Bengal, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, that belt, very high rainfall area. And you can see the tribal women actually, they are the farmers working with us, and you can see the bumper production coming up in that place. So we are bringing new opportunities. Without eating away any other crops area, we are bringing new area into cultivation, benefiting the people, and improving the oilseed production in the country and reducing the imports. So this is how we are trying to contribute to the self-sufficiency in edible oils. A large number of other crop varieties, particularly where ICRIS had really developed high oleic acid groundnuts. Oleic acid is a prime, health beneficiary actually. It improves the heart, cardiac things. Maybe Dr. Raghavendra, you can speak more. And a lot of companies are investing, even chocolate manufacturers, they want high oleic products to use in their chocolates. And the shelf life of this product is very, very high. So that's how we developed the first high oleic groundnut in the country, and these are grown in a big scale in the country. Similarly, in chickpea, high yielding and machine harvestable kind of types we have brought. Pigeon pea is a 6 months crop. Now we made it almost 3 months. 90 to 100 days you can harvest pigeon pea now. And a lot of heat tolerant pearl millet and biofortified, and also drought tolerant sorghum varieties we are developing. And this is one interesting thing I wish to share. Today morning I was looking at, of course, since childhood we were reading Anantapur is a drought affected district in the even United Andhra Pradesh, right? After Bundelkhand, this is one of the patches always mentioned. Then I looked at the rainfall of Anantapur is 560 mm. Okay, so then I'm quoting example. I'm working in a place where the rainfall is 50 mm, 50. This is a place in Saudi Arabia. So the country's annual rainfall is never crosses 100 mm or 150 mm. That's it. They have plenty of oil, but there's no water, right? So in that conditions also, when you take right genotype, right materials, and deploy the best technology, production technology, you can make bumper crop. You can see the farmers. Maybe when Madam called last, I was there only in that field. So they were showing me this Parbani Shakti variety only. We took it there, and it is showing you beautiful panicles. So that means you can really make a difference when you take right genetics, right management, right processes. So that's how it operates. And not just genetic side and NRM side, we also developed a sustainable index. We developed models actually, our economists and modelers. Any interventions before you take, how sustainable will it be? One can actually measure with that. And also looked at, designing the cropping pattern for a location. Which crop in which part of the district will be more remunerative. For example, in Bihar, we did this work. Rice wheat system is a predominant system in the Indo-Gangetic Plain, entire Indo-Gangetic Plain, and also in Bihar. But interestingly, when the Kharif rice is there, when we looked at the economics, rice is not the highest profit-making crop. Though people are growing in huge numbers, it is actually the pigeon pea they're getting much more yield. Similarly, in the Rabi situation, when we looked at, it's not the wheat giving maximum returns, but it is chickpea giving more returns. So we identified which district actually you should grow which crop. So that's how we are advocating to the policymakers and also farmers. Change your cropping pattern so that it will be more beneficial to the people. Of course, fertilizer, how much important is the nitrogen, after water to the crop. And if you bring in lots of pulses into the cropping system, they will actually fix more atmospheric nitrogen, and our external application will go down. And this is one app actually. You can see how nicely it works. This is Plantix. Many farmers are using. If you put it on a groundnut plant with that spot, it will show you. So this is so and so spot, and this is the control measure. You need to do this. So it will give the solution immediately. So people like you, German-based youngsters, very young people actually, they are 3-4 people. So they came forward and we are helping them technically. So they developed this app. Now this is grown, and this can be given in the advisory goes in the local language. So it's one of the Plantix app is highly popular in now taking the management practice and agri advisory, climate advisory to the farmers. Carbon credit, I'm sure you might have come across somewhere. So it's basically benefiting the farmers. Whenever you tell them to follow a sustainable, practice, they also should have some benefit, right? It's not, otherwise nobody will come forward if you just tell. So there are organizations who are trying to, purchase those carbon credits and pay back to the farmer, so that there will be some incentive for the people to apply the better principles. And a lot of work through FPOs in food processing. Maybe this is your main area of work, maybe at least some of you. And from end-to-end value chain, we are working with the FPOs actually in procuring and also in processing and in marketing the food products. A large number of products are developed at our center also. And also we are establishing processing centers in many places, like this is Odisha, Koraput district, one of the very backward places in India. And this is something very interesting. This is near to Anantapur. Madulapuram something in the village name actually. This the woman FPC, food production company, they are doing this production. So it's with Walmart Foundation support, we established a plant, and it's functional. And they are actually making products in using millets, legumes, and oil seeds, and they are selling to the people. Even online, they are available actually. And these are some examples in nutrition aspects. Giri Poshana in Telangana, in the tribal areas we implemented. Similarly, in the lot of entrepreneurship we developed actually in multiple states, again Telangana, AP, Odisha. And this is one we have done in Myanmar actually. Their groundnut, malnutrition is predominant. So we designed the products as per their local taste, the groundnut products with the help of a private company over there. And the production was done there, crop production and the food production done, and we have supplied to the government and schools, and appreciable changes in their nutrition and health. And this company is still producing and selling the products locally. Similarly, in Africa, a lot of emphasis is given to educate the children actually, because they have a lot of non-veg component, but diversified veg component is missing. So that's where we are focusing there. To educate and to bring in new products. We are publishing recipes. So just to summate this presentation, so we need to look at the entire food value chain, not just production, not just some component, but the entire end-to-end value chain, and make innovation to make it more sustainable and more resilient. And of course, crop diversification and dietary diversification is key. International Year of Millets is providing a great opportunity. Let us make it best use of it. And in fact, March last week, 29th or 30th, there is a closure meeting of this International Year in Rome again in the FAO office. And thereafter, International Year of Camelids. So camels and others, the International Year for them. So so now we all need to work together and make a difference in the people's lives and people's nutrition and health. Thank you very much. This is my presentation. Thank you, and I'll be very happy to answer any queries or.
Sairam sir, myself Darshini, a research scholar from FNS. I am working on millets, and I am making products using millets. So, this is the general question that I also receive from whenever I present, that how do you identify and learn about different varieties of millets while developing a product? Because sir also mentioned about different varieties of millets that you have come up with. So in market, how do you identify them? Which is iron rich, which is low in phosphates, etc. It's very difficult for a common man to know about the varieties. So how is that?
Yeah.
How to identify them?
Yeah, I mean that's a very good question. Actually, this is something we are advocating, but so far they are not labeled as biofortified products. So at this stage, even though maybe we are eating biofortified, but we don't know. So, but that is labeling is something we are working with the policymakers and trying to impress upon them to put it on the labels. At least people understand I'm eating a high iron line or high zinc line. But at this stage, we don't have that. And even farmer don't get any additional money if they grow. So exactly, I mean, you need to incentivize the producer and also educate the consumer. In fact, consumer may be willing to pay more. See, for organic agriculture, people are paying 3 times more, 4 times more also. So if that is labeled, so it will be eventually. At least government took a policy decision, at least in pearl millet crop, if any new variety, if they have to release, minimum iron content they have fixed, minimum iron and zinc. Below that they won't release. Even though it is very high yielding, they will stop it. So that kind of measures they have taken. That's actually first time in the world anywhere a crop variety is released, based on the nutritional standards. That's one successful example. Yeah. Yes, sir.
One question on the when you do the biofortification, and there's always a combination or misunderstanding of genetically modified versus let's say gene editing versus hybrid versus. So just to repeat, so there's so much of lack of knowledge or illiteracy in the terminology that is used. And all of us know that India, especially on the food side, we are supposed to have GMO free. So can you just enlighten us on that? What qualifies as GMO free, and what is the work that you're doing on hybrids and gene editing or whatever else? And how does one define it? So for example, can your seeds, the crops grown, could they be sold in Europe? I think would be the best test. So any thoughts on that, please?
Yeah, thank you. It's a very nice question, sir, again. The point is, so whatever the biofortification we did was purely with the normal plant breeding process. So we didn't use GMO. In fact, in Africa, people tried GMOs for increasing the iron content in sorghum, funded by Bill Gates Foundation, but they couldn't really succeed. They stopped. So we took the purely breeding route. Because of the gene bank, we have very good donors for iron and zinc. But the thing is, their yield levels are so poor. So we brought those genes into the desirable agronomic genotypes. So now we combine the yield and with nutrition. So that's how we did it. So technically there is no issue. But as you rightly said, in India, the GMOs in food crops, we don't, government doesn't allow. So, but BT cotton is a successful example where food is not the main thing. Government still permits. But that revolutionized cotton production in the country. In fact, we are exporting a lot of cotton because of that. So the technology has tremendous power, but because of the apprehensions, at least in the food thing, the government has stopped. Genome editing is something government is open now. They're okay because that's not a real GMO. You are just native plant DNA only you are editing. So that is permissible in India, where Europe is still not open to have it. But genome editing work we are doing, but we don't have a product as of now, which is ready for commercialization.
But cotton seed oil is going to the food chain.
Yeah, in the seed oil there is no bacterial DNA. But actually, honestly, sir, all said and done, we must be eating a lot of GMOs also unknowingly. We are surviving. But none of the GMO tests showed any negative impacts on the human health. But it's still.
Looking at American citizens, an example.
Yeah.
They're only eating GMOs.
Yes, true. And a lot of animal feed they export is GMO. And people say India has lots of GMOs from outside, but which is not common knowledge, but yeah, unfortunately. But interestingly, countries like Bangladesh, they permitted GMO in the food crops, like brinjal. BT brinjal is a commercial product in Bangladesh as in today. Some of the African countries are permitting the GMOs in food crops.
Canada is the best example.
Yeah. Sir, please.
thank you for that wonderful presentation. And sometimes I feel probably I should have taken this discipline than physics or astrophysics. Yeah, it's a very wonderful presentation. Let me thank you for that. I just have a bit of concern on economics part of the whole thing. You find that typically there's always the second school or other school which talks about economics of the whole thing in terms of input cost for the farmers and what they get out of the crops finally, even though the numbers show a very increasing trend. But in reality, if you see the newspapers or news channels, everywhere they flash that. And also at the same time, the crop failures. See, for example, you gave the example of cotton. It's very well known that in the cotton belts of a country, the farmers' suicide rates are very high, typically. So how do we address this situation?
Yeah.
The one side is input cost, because there's some amount of, I recall once I was in one of our observatories in Gauri Bidnoor, where the Monsanto was the company which was growing several of these products, and there's a lot of rioting happening over there, and we were all locked up in the observatory itself. So how do we address these issues?
Yeah, the very big question, honestly. So thank you. But by the way, I'm a fan of physics, so we have some mutual admiration. Okay, you are right, sir. Actually, one unfortunate thing happened in the country is whenever a technology comes, irrespective of its suitability and viability, people go mad after them. For example, most of the cotton grown in the country is not suitable for cotton. Similarly, the maize in India, most of the rain-fed maize we grow, that area is actually not suitable for maize. But once 1 or 2 years they get bumper yields, so they think that it is a beautiful crop, can revolutionize. But thereafter you see the real problem. So this is what exactly happened. So our farmers, I don't know, the lack of education or lack of knowledge, everybody wants quick money. Nobody wants to be behind. And government of Telangana actually proposed that let's have crop colonies. Let's not grow every crop everywhere. Let's identify zones where, which are suitable for a particular crop. That would have really helped actually. You know where paddy should be grown, where maize can be grown, cotton can be grown. But there was a lot of furor. They said, who are you to dictate? It's my choice, my field. So that kind of thing came in, so it didn't work. So as you said rightly, so it is very judiciously we have to advocate, even the universities advocating or government advocating. We should have certain norms in place that people won't just go jump onto anything and eventually lose. So cotton is a typical example actually. So yeah, Monsanto was trying to, their product was good. I mean, they were trying to encash on the product. So everybody thought, only they are there and rest all gone. So that was the reason that monopolization they wanted to stop, and that's how the incident what you said. What is interesting is, in spite of such a huge success, Monsanto is no more there. Somebody else acquired Monsanto. You don't hear the name Monsanto now. Once upon a time, it was a monster in the world.
That was because they had another product called Roundup.
Roundup ready. That killed them. Yeah. So somewhere nature is working. Yeah. Ma'am, please.
Thank you for the presentation. It was very innovative and clear about the concept which are going on today. Sir, as you mentioned that GMOs are not introduced in India, but only the cotton, BT cotton. And we won't encourage in India. So, but as a biotechnological approach which we take in the, in the genetic engineering in the plants, how in the this pearl millet, because as you mentioned that GMO is not taken into account, only the breeding methods are included here. So how in other crops we use this GMO and do the studies in the biotechnological field, because biotechnology is coming up with more of the productivity as well as nutrient content or other contents. So how it is, sir, when GMO is not going to come over there, so how we can take up without that, and the breeding program will be the more taking up in that area, because breeding programs are relatively less in the vegetable or the horticulture, whereas in these crops, cereal crops in the millets, they are more predominant.
One is, incidentally, we debate on this every time. I chair the Institutional Biosafety Committee in my institute. So the challenge is, okay, even though Government of India doesn't permit commercialization of GMOs in the food crops,
Yes.
they allow research.
Okay.
We can do research, we can do contained field trial also.
Okay.
Until that stage, they allow. So thereafter, we have to wait until the final signal. So that's how research is okay. Still they permit. But it need to be informed. It is very stringent. It is so stringent. Once you start talking to RCGM in DBT and all, then you lose all the hope and you stop working actually.
Because
So
this question
they'll
comes
ask
in the
you-
class, sir.
Yeah,
When we
yeah.
teach the students, they ask this question.
Exactly.
Why it is not happening and why
Yeah.
we can't take up?
But-
That's the question.
But personally, I feel probably gene editing is the best route now in India.
Okay.
Because that is permitted. Even product is permitted out of it. And there is no restriction and it is doable. Now a lot of institutions are now working and we can see good results. For example, in pearl millet, there is one issue called rancidity. When the grain is there, in the form of grain, you can store pearl millet for 1 year, no problem. But the moment you mill it, in 1 week you have to consume. Otherwise, it will develop a rancid flavor and not fit for human consumption because of high fat in the grain. So, for that reason, where people eat millet as staple food, every week they go to the chakki, they 5 kg, 10 kg, they mill it and get it and consume. So, we are trying to reduce that content through genome editing, so that the longevity or shelf life will be more and commercialization happens. Then only the supermarket will keep at least. They said if you want to, I asked actually one ITC person, Ashirwad Atta. He's a good friend of me. He said, you keep so much wheat flour. We are so close friends. Why you don't keep sorghum flour? I used to ask them. He said, if you want sorghum to be there, you should ensure me shelf life of 4 months minimum. Then only that chain works, otherwise I can't keep. So that's where we need to work on, the shelf life of the product. That is actually one interesting work for you people going forward, youngsters particularly. If you increase the shelf life of any millet-based product, it is going to be more long in the supermarket and it will come into consumption more. So the whole purpose will be served actually.
Thank you, sir.
Sairab sir, thank you for the wonderful presentation. So you were talking about a Plantix kind of app. So is it a free app?
Yeah, it's a free app. It works in all the Android-based. You can just go to Google Store, you can download and use.
Okay. So is there any other, anybody else in your institute or elsewhere working on such an app to see, like for example, your own Parbani variety or that Shakti variety, to see what is the content of iron or zinc?
Okay.
Anybody has worked on it or
Yeah,
working on it?
we are actually developing certain handheld NIRS.
Okay.
Near infrared reflectance spectroscopy. Again, physics, sir. This is how we use physics a lot. If you want to measure the iron and zinc in the grain, it's a small device. You can take it to your hand, go to market, put it on that. It will approximately tell you how much iron is there.
How much is it in a what stage of development it is?
No, it is.
Can we take up it as a research or is it already?
Actually, if you allow me, I think, ma'am, it's open.
But see, it's not. That's what I'm saying. That's what. Then we have
It
to.
should be few lakhs, that instrument. 1 minute.
So because it's not yet come to the app level.
Not app level, madam. Sorry. App is next level actually. But app is.
But it will be good actually even in the market or some supermarkets if we can encourage them
yeah,
to.
probably. if it is visible to you, the bottom ones you see,
Yes, yes.
that is the nearest.
Oh, yes,
Ah,
yes,
yeah.
yes. NIR spectroscopy for grain quality.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is
So
what
it
measures.
includes even the nutrition.
It's like a cell phone actually. You can take
Ah.
it and measure.
Okay.
But yeah,
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
thank you.
Any more questions? Sir, this is regarding zero budget farming, sir. Is it successful in Andhra Pradesh, sir?
That's a very political question, madam. I won't say that. I won't talk about Andhra Pradesh. But somehow, I mean, I'm not very comfortable in agreeing that, everything works without any budget. No. We need to do minimal things, actually. I mean, even to do the regenerative agriculture, whatsoever, it needs minimal inputs, recycling of inputs, and wherever there is some problem, you need to address it. So it is too much of a claim to say that zero budget works. It will be good politically, but scientifically very difficult to. Otherwise, by now it would have been 100% zero budget based farming, right? Why we need to invest money if everything comes free? It is as simple as that.
One last question, since you're an expert on growing.
Sure.
Organic farming. Right? There's a whole trend towards organic, and I'm somewhat a proponent of sustainable farming. So, and the point I'm trying to ask you is, there's an issue on organic farming. While it's good for the earth, there's also a challenge on productivity, right? And
Yeah.
the point that the rocket scientists here made on food science. And I mean, I must say that it's combining rocket science and food science, he did a good job. Or physics and part of astrophysics. But the point to you is, can you enlighten us on organic farming and productivity and the connection therein?
Yeah.
And what is the way that we get the benefits of organic farming without compromising on productivity or maybe improving productivity?
Yeah. Again, very challenging question, sir. Honestly, in the sense, this is complexity we face every day in our research. In the sense, we all know if we go as less chemical, if we use as little chemical as possible, it's good for the planet and good for the avoiding the trace elements and better for health. But at the same time, as sir already mentioned, we are almost 8 billion population globally and 1.4 to 1.5 billion in India itself. And there is no way you can increase the agricultural land. And in fact, it is shrinking every year if you see the statistics. The area under rice, wheat, every crop is going down because of urbanization, industrialization, whatsoever. So, I mean, 100% organic and in all crops, we cannot switch at this stage. It's not feasible at all. In fact, not even in Europe, where the population is less. Even for that matter, Australia, which has double the size of India in terms of size, but has 2 crore population, 2.5 crores. Still, they are not 100% organic. In fact, they are not organic at all. So, I mean, it's too. But in some crops, like specialty crops like fruits, maybe vegetables, where a lot of chemical usage, there actually we should avoid as much as possible. At least pesticide side. As far as NPK, that is like a nourishing kind of thing, still be allowed. But pesticide we should as much as possible avoid. That will help actually. So that's where we take a stand in between. Can't be 100% organic, though it is desirable for humans, but productivity front it is very difficult. Where they are satisfied means, madam, actually, honestly, in our country, we don't have a stringent certification for organic, like in Europe or other Western countries. So here, sometimes we get a doubt whether it is purely organic or just it is branded. We don't know. We are paying for what? We don't know. But if you even assume that if you really adopt as a farmer, initially there will be a lot of reduction in the yield. They say that maybe after 3 or 5 years, the stabilization comes. But there are very few examples actually, living examples available. So that's why we take a kind of very cautious approach. Don't jump onto the bandwagon, but wherever if it is genuine and really available and quality is good, that's okay. And that is permitted. For example, in Hyderabad outskirts, there is one grape garden. Some Reddy, Venkateshwar Reddy, he is a Padma Shri awardee actually. He does purely organic farming in grapes. He brings the soil from the bottom, maybe few meters deep to up, and that's how he is managing his farm. And his grapes are very, very tasty and good quality. The moment you eat them, you love to eat more. So that much difference we can see it. But such examples are very few, I mean to say. So whenever we are buying, I mean, I always be very suspicious. In fact, I asked my friend actually, who is the director for organic certification agency, director. I asked him, did you certify anything in this state? He says, never, they never approach us. So we don't know what we are paying for.
In India, there's a new certification as a joke, of course. It's called Swaha Organic. Take 1 ton of organic, 40 ton of non-organic, and do Swaha and make 41 tons.
Exactly, sir. That could be one. Yeah, that's a business model actually. True.
When I was hearing this other comment to you about, is how do I know? And I was asking you about is it with iron and without iron. The minute you say I can certify, then the price will go up 3 times, and you still don't know whether the iron is there or not, but it will be certified.
Yeah.
So there's a challenge of that honesty in the system.
Exactly. True.
Sir, there is another query. Like, how do we know, like how sir told about the pearl millet rancidity, we had seen that foxtail millet gets rancid even faster. Like when we work on small millets, so using them in the product development. So when we roast it and grind it to flour, the rancidity becomes higher, though the fat content is not very high. So is it possible to edit the genes of those foxtail millets to cut down the rancidity?
I hope so. Because in pearl millet we started that work. So they have identified certain pathways. Basically, let's say switching off those fat producing genes basically. So that's a pathway they are taking. So same, if we understand what is causing that, suppose if rancidity in foxtail millet you said not because of fat, then what for it is coming we should understand first. Then probably it is feasible to tweak.
Do you think storage could be a factor?
Could
Length of storage.
Yeah.
For example,
Okay. So shelf life is less. That means there's something is causing that, Oh, that's a concern then.
She is mentioning roasting.
Roasting.
Raw flour, we compared both.
But raw grain will be okay, right? Raw grain can be stored. So that means when it gets oxidized, something is happening. Yeah. So exactly. So if we okay. So one work will be first.
The roasted grains were also
Moisture and oil content, these two are different. Yes, sir. Oil is damaged very effectively in presence of high moisture.
But if we understand that mechanism, understanding itself is a work. Then how to manipulate it is the next follow.
This is the last question for the session.
The question is, sir, we're talking about a lot of biofertilizers also. How much it has been used in India in the agriculture?
Yeah, I mean,
We talk about, sir, books, when books are written on it, and we teach in this, to the classes or the students, they ask so many questions, how it's being used.
yeah.
Because we are still with the chemicals, NPK and others.
Okay, I mean, in the sense, maybe 50 years back it was all organic, what we were doing, right? 50, 60 years maybe, or little more. But nowadays, a lot of use of fertilizers, but biofertilizers are also used to some extent, not a huge volume, I can say. But if you see the government records, people will take a lot of benefits. The commercial producers of biofertilizers, they make huge money. I'm not very sure how much, where from they are sourcing that organic matter, how much the guarantee they can give that, there is a lot of nutrient and all. But they get lots of benefits from the government to that extent.
Sairam sir. Sir had mentioned that various products have been made using the varieties that you have developed. Do all the products that are made had the similar bioavailability as compared to the original plant, whatever it has?
Yeah, bioavailability has different numbers depending upon the product actually. In the sense, when you develop a variety, you know that it has this much iron, zinc and this much phytate. But when you process the grain, depending upon the extent of processing and mode of processing, the bioavailability can be different. So it can be variety same, but how you are processed can make a huge difference. For example, if you ferment a product, the bioavailability is very high. If you combine, we take a lot of lemon in the food, right? That increases bioavailability actually. So, right, germination, it improves a lot of bioavailability. So irrespective of variety, when you do processing differently, the bioavailability is different. So we should also choose that high bioavailable farms and encourage. So in fact, in the biofortified variety what I showed in sorghum, so we worked with Rothamsted in UK. What we did was, we wanted to know when we increase iron and zinc, where they are accumulating. In fact, most of that is in the outer layers of the grain. Fortunately, in India, we don't remove the outer layer in sorghum. But in Africa, they pearl it, they remove the outer coat. Actually, they are eating nothing, only endosperm, carbohydrate they are eating actually. So starch. So then we published that please use whole grain for consumption. So that itself is a big finding for the people, that don't ever waste the nutrient. So like that. So your food, what kind of farm you are eating, that decides your bioavailability.
Yeah. Sir, we have a question from the online viewers. They wanted to ask if the focus is on improving the nutrient content of the crop, how to ensure its bioavailability?
Yeah. Yeah, there are at least 2-3 things we can say. One is from a research side, we should ensure that when you increase nutrients, the phytate should not increase proportionately. So either phytate should be constant or it should be little reduced. Then the bioavailability will be better. That's where the researcher, people like me stop there. Then people like NIN, they pick up, or processors you pick up actually, FN and nutrition people. Now you make products in a way that bioavailability will be more to the consumers based on the product. So that's how it should work.
Sairam sir, thank you for a wonderful presentation. Sir, my question is, one of the sustainable development goals is about climate, so sustainable climate, and regarding reducing the global warming issues, sir. One of the major issue which is seen in northern India of Punjab and Haryana state is that post-harvest they burn the crop for soil fertility, which creates a imbalance like global warming in Delhi, which because of which smog comes. So how to reduce that practice of like not burning the crop, still maintaining the increasing the fertility?
Yeah, that's the real practical challenge in Delhi. Every year in the Diwali time, Delhi gets choked because of the paddy stubble burning. I told you the rice wheat system predominant in India, northern, particularly the Indo-Gangetic plain. So what they do is, you have very little window. Assume that we are farmers in that place. So our window is just 3 weeks between the paddy harvest and wheat planting. Only 2 weeks or 3 weeks. So there is no other way than they burn and put the wheat seeds immediately in the thing. That's why they are doing. So the idea is now to develop machines actually that can cut that stubble to the bottom of the field, bottom of the plant, and roll it and use it for other purposes. Can be a packing material, or for biofuel production, lignocellulosic biofuel, or even organic matter through composting and also, or even on-site composting. developing microbes which can degrade that stubbles within that short span, at least in a month time. So these are various mechanisms being tried now. But yes, still a significant proportion of the people are burning, unable to stop. Nobody's. But one thing, what government side they are doing, policy side, is government of Haryana is giving, if any farmer is switching from paddy to other crop, they give a per acre 6,000 rupees subsidy. So if you switch to maize, you can claim 6,000 immediately. Grow maize, that you don't burn the stubble there, like that. So that crop diversification is also encouraged. So that is another phenomenon. Yes, madam. Thank you very much. It was so nice being here, and I learned a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It is with great honor and gratitude that we extend our sincerest appreciation to our esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. Ashok Kumar, for gracing us with his presence and delivering an enlightening address that set the tone for the symposium. Thank you, sir. Your insightful presentation has left a profound impact on all of us, shedding light on crucial aspects of agriculture and food security in dryland regions. Your efforts in researching and advocating for sustainable agriculture practices have contributed significantly to the advancement of agri-food systems, not only in Asia but globally. Your leadership at ICRISAT exemplifies a commitment to innovation and collaboration in addressing complex issues with respect to agriculture and malnutrition. We are deeply grateful to you, sir, for the time and effort you dedicated to sharing your knowledge and experiences with us. Your keynote has sparked important conversations and inspired us to explore new approaches to tackle the challenges of food security and profitability in drylands. Once again, we thank you, sir, for your invaluable contribution to our symposium. We hope to have the pleasure of welcoming you back for future events. I also thank you all and all those who have joined us online via YouTube for your patient listening. I now invite Vice Chancellor, sir, Director, Madam, and Head of the Department to hand over the token of love to sir. Now we break for high tea. The guests and faculties will proceed to EB2. Students are requested to remain seated. You'll be served your snacks outside the MMLC. We will join back for the session at 11:50. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. This is all. This is to inform you all about the kit that we had given to the guest speakers. If you see the pens that we are provided, how sustainable they are. They have, once you finish using the pen, you can plant the seeds that is behind. Even the pencils that have, they all have seeds for a particular plant. So you can plant it once you finish using it. The notebooks that you have received also, the outside cover of the notebooks, you can spray water and you can plant it. So the herb or the plant grows from it. So that is the kit that we thought of for the sustainability. It's my privilege to introduce our first speaker of today's symposium, Dr. P. Raghavendra, Scientist C, ICMR, NIN, Hyderabad. Dr. Raghavendra did his MBBS from PES Medical College, Kuppam in 2010 and completed his MD in Community Medicine from Siddhartha Medical College, Vijayawada in 2014. Sir worked in the capacities of a senior resident and assistant professor in Vijayawada before moving to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to serve as a public health specialist. Since 2018, Sir has been working with the Division of Public Health Nutrition in ICMR NIN as a scientist and is currently working as the Medical Scientist C. Sir works in the area of nutrition epidemiology, nutritional surveillance, and field epidemiology. He was involved in various scientific projects that included the establishment of nutrition surveillance systems, the development of evidence-based food models for children in Chhattisgarh, outbreak investigations in Muzaffarpur, Eluru, COVID serosurveillances, effectiveness of FOPNL, and the development of intervention models for preventing the infantile beriberi in Assam. Sir has contributed to numerous research publications in prestigious journals such as PLOS One, International Journal of Infectious Diseases, Frontiers in Public Health, and IJMR, among others. Sir has contributed 2 chapters to the recently released Nutritional Requirements for Indians 2020. Sir is a member of IPHA, IAPSM, Nutrition Society of India, and has rendered services as a member of Electronic Working Group of the Codex Committee India to work on front of packed nutrition labeling, FSSAI's Network for Scientific Cooperation for Food Safety and Applied Nutrition, NCDC's committee working on mitigation of nutritional issues of climate change, ICMR's Health Technology Assessment Group, and ICMR NIN Institutional Ethical Committee. We are truly fortunate to have you, sir, to share his insights with us today. With a wealth of knowledge and experience in public health, Dr. P. Raghavendra, sir, promises to enlighten us with his unique perspective and expertise. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Dr. P. Raghavendra.
Yeah, thank you, madam. While invoking the blessings of His Holiness Swamiji, my respects to all the dignitaries on and off the dais and to all the participants online, offline here. Always a pleasure to speak in front of young, innovative minds, which we can see right from the from the entrance gate of SSHIHL till the way we're having our high tea or even our badge for that matter. Yeah, actually, as madam has correctly said, I'm a little odd speaker today here, coming from a medical side, working in the area of public health nutrition, and going to be a part of sustainable food systems which are integrating agriculture, nutrition, and food safety, whereas my primary areas that I deal with is health, public health. So always, like always, we should ask ourselves, why is the primary question that we all have to answer. Why I am here and why you all are here. More than anything else, like you leave the first two lines here behind, but those who are on the rest of them, basically this sustainable food systems, the concepts of it, or why we are all doing that, is basically for the generations that you are part of, the generations that you are going to beget, raise and teach, right? More than for the people who are in the first two rows. So I hope you all know that this is why you are all here, apart from just another academic activity that you are a part of. So my topic will be about the Sustainable Development Goals in the perspective of public health nutrition, Indian scenario and the way forward. And I come from 106-year young institute called the ICMR National Institute of Nutrition, which paved the way for which was the first institute in India which was trying to do some research in the medical field. And it is a proud privilege for us that it was from the NIN that ICMR actually evolved. And though we had a lot of work to do, ICMR of late from the last 5-6 years is gaining prominence, mainly after the pandemic had occurred. Pandemic has had its effect on everyone. You, me, everybody has had losses, personal, academic, but in some sense or the other, we have all changed the way that we are living. So our institute, mainly the mandate of our institute is to make guidelines for dietary guidelines, and then ours is a premier institute which works on nutrition research. You might have seen, many of you might have seen that the dietary guidelines for Indians, or the RDA, EAR 2020, or the versions before it, or the Indian food composition tables, all come from our institute. And we also have a lot of collaborative research, as Ashok sir has said, with various government, non-government institutes, and through which we promote nutrition research in India. Our institute also does research right from the basic sciences onwards till the implementation research, including public health, dietetics, cell biology, and we have various other divisions in our institute. We also do quite a bit of extension and training activities. This is in brief about our institute. So first things first, what are these SDGs? These SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, which are also known as the global goals, are a universal call to action to end poverty, to protect the planet, and ensure that by 2030, all people enjoy peace and prosperity. There is a common agreement to commitment from all the countries to prioritize progress for those members who are behind at the farthest level. And the creativity, the know-how, technology, and the financial resources from all of the society is necessary to achieve these SDGs in every context. I understand that most of my slides are very deep. Probably in shortage of time, I'll try to run through them whenever I feel like they are very in depth and do not need your attention much. So a lot of work has gone behind the development of these SDGs, which were actually we had before SDGs, we had something called as the Millennium Development Goals, which came up in 2000 with a target year of 2015, based on which the world had seen a certain level of development in terms of reducing poverty, hunger, and many other health-related objectives. So based on the success of these, and because we were able to achieve 60 to 70% of those Millennium Development Goals, later on we have now fixed 2030 as a year, target year for reaching these Sustainable Development Goals. Of course, these were developed before the onset of pandemic, and many of these goals are now on, not very much on the track because of pandemic and various other reasons which I'll be dealing through. And as you all can see, there are 17 different SDGs. I can read through them. The first one is about no poverty, end hunger, zero hunger, good health and well-being. The fourth one is about quality education. Fifth one about the gender equality, clean water and sanitation, and various others, if you can see. But those which are more relevant at the public health nutrition part will be goal number 2, 3, and 6, which I'll be dealing with in a little detail. So coming to goal number 2, which is about end hunger, achieve food security, and improve nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture, of which there are various targets, especially prevalence of undernutrition, prevalence of moderate or severe food security using food insecurity experience scale, and prevalence of stunting among children less than 5 years, prevalence of malnutrition, which is measured in terms of wasting overweight, prevalence of anemia in pregnant. All these are the goals, all these are the targets with which we are going to see whether the SDGs are being achieved or not. Apart from these, in the agricultural productivity and income of farmers, we have 2 other targets like volume of production per labor unit in each class, and also to double the average income of small scale food producers. If we see where the goal 2, end hunger, is progressing towards, we have these issues. One is the raising food insecurity, which is happening because of various reasons, local, global, and then there is an increase in hunger. Stunting is decreasing, but not at the rate that we wanted it to be decreasing. Wasting and overweight are still rising, and anemia situation is very much stagnant in the global scenario as well as in India, especially with having nearly 60 years of National Nutritional Anemia Program. Still we are almost stagnant to very little development in reduction of anemia. If you see the indicators by which we measure hunger, which is calculated by the Global Hunger Index, we have 4 measures in it. The first one is about the proportion of undernourishment, which is the calorie deficit. Though from 2000 to 2000, between 2000 and 2022, many other countries which were lying high above India, like Myanmar, Mongolia, and Armenia, these countries which were faring lot worse than India in 2000, they have come to levels which are very much commendable, but there has been very little improvement in our country. Whereas wasting has come down in almost every other country, but in fact in India it has only risen between 2000 and 2022. And stunting also, the decline has been happening, but again not at the rate that we have always wanted it to be. So where the bottlenecks are? The bottlenecks are mainly at because of the climate change, COVID, and then again we are all having crises like the Ukraine war, which are again deviating us from reaching these targets. The third target is about good well-being, good health and well-being, wherein many of these are from the public health aspect. These targets include MMR, NMR, and under 5 mortality rate. The under 5 mortality rate again is a component of your world global hunger index. And this is where even we have had a good amount of decrease in reduction in child mortality rate, which is actually helping the Indian score to come down a little bit. But again, when we see the rankings as such, we are going backward with every year. Again, for this also, again, the COVID-19 has been a very big bottleneck. Then comes the migrant crisis, which have been happening because of various global phenomenon, which will disrupt the the health services both in the place where migration has happening from, and also the place where the migrants are moving to. And then there is this looming global economic slowdown, which is also impacting the health availability and accessibility. Then target number 6 is about clean water and sanitation, in which the targets include the proportion of population using safely managed drinking water services and the proportions of population which are using safely managed sanitation services and hand washing facility with soap and water. In these, our progress has been good enough, but still there is a lot of work to be done. The bottlenecks here include rising demand for water, improper management of water, degraded ecosystems, pollution, and we have climate change. The other sustainable development goals which are relevant here include 1, that is no poverty, 4, quality education, gender equality, decent work and economic growth, reduced inequalities, responsible consumption and production, climate change. When we are actually working on poverty, reducing the poverty, we are also indirectly improving the affordability of the person to have both good nutrition as well as good healthcare facilities. When we are giving quality education, especially in the females, especially in the younger lot, it will again lead to better nutrition because of the better nutrition education, better child care when the woman is more empowered, as such the family is more empowered, and also they'll have better health seeking behaviors, with which again there will be betterment. Gender equality and empowered women, which again it will be give rise to better nutrition in her own health as well as for the next generation, and also will improve the child care. Again, when there is a decent work and economic growth, it will improve the affordability, increase the public spending on health and nutrition. Again, this will improve the health and nutrition of the community. Reduced inequalities. Whenever there are any nutritional deprivations, there will be these infectious diseases, which again we all know about the cycle of malnutrition and infections. One causes the other, and it is a vicious cycle again. And responsible consumption and production. Food wastage, we have already, there has been almost 30% of the food that is consumable goes to wastage. And especially in the context that so many people do not have food. Food wastage again is a very important problem that needs to be addressed to. Climate change, again, it will also have its own effect, and reduced biodiversity. Again, climate change is a very huge topic which we all need to address, and this is a complexity of what all factors actually influence your food intake and further your nutritional status. There are not just one factor or two factors that will influence. So at each of these factors, there are so many sustainable development goals which are actually relevant to, and these are being mentioned here. So how are we going to look forward? Strategic approaches include your life cycle approach, wherein not just at one point of time, but across the life cycle, that is right from the first 1,000 days, then in the infant and young child feeding, then during the adolescent, and also at the women of reproductive age group. There are set approaches, and there are certain approaches which have been well defined already. If you can, there is a Lancet series in 2021 about this life cycle approach, which we all can look at, which will give what actions can be taken at each of these life cycles, stages at each life cycle. Then there is something called as health in all policies approach, wherein in various departments, what all actions are being taken, what all programs are being launched, it all should have a component of health in it. This is called as health in all policies approach, which is being followed in India also now, involving the whole of the society, not just focusing at one particular part of the society, but at whole of the society approach, addressing the various determinants of health. Again, determinants of health is also a spider web of various factors. Each of them can be addressed at various using various approaches, and then moving to human rights approach, like food security. As such, previously, what used to be, when public distribution system was first started, it was more like a socialist policy. Now, over the years, we are now shifting that to, invoking the Article 21, wherein everybody has a right to have a decent, dignified life. Okay, right to food has slowly, though it is not a democratic right which has been guaranteed by the Constitution of India as such, but through Article 21, this right to food as a right, basic right of any person is being invoked. And now slowly the shift of these distribution systems has been changing from, it is not a socialist concept anymore, but rather it is a basic right of that particular human to have food security at him. And then we can there will be, if there is more knowledge sharing, like with the international institutes like ICRISAT, which are doing some research here, and the same knowledge is being percolated to the other parts of the world. These kind of knowledge sharing and exchange of experience also help. The key areas where actions need to be taken include the sustainable and resilient food systems for healthy diets, aligning the health systems which are providing universal coverage of essential nutrition actions, social protection and nutrition education, trade and investment for improved nutrition, safe and supportive environments for nutrition at all ages, and strengthening the national nutritional governance and accountability. Each of them again is a big topic in itself. A few of the important strategies that can be applied are just mentioned here, but this list is not exhaustive at all. For the first one, sustainable resilient food systems, which will be discussed across during this symposium, reforming the reforming food systems, reduction of food losses, food waste, reducing the intake of saturated foods, sugars, salt and trans fats, improving the food safety and addressing the antimicrobial resistance also, and enhancing resilient food supply systems in crisis prone areas. Then aligning the health systems, providing universal coverage of essential nutrition actions include building strong and resilient health systems, reduction of stunting and wasting among children under 5 through various programs that are already in place, and also going for more innovative programs, integrating the health service policies and programs, expanding the nutrition interventions which are related to health services. Social protection, nutrition education, improving the nutrition education and information for behavioral changes, and improving the food safety nets, including PDS. Actually, now we are currently moving from food security to nutrition security. Like, if you see the history of it, in the during the periods of World War II, we had an English Prime Minister who is a double Nobel laureate, including Nobel for Peace, during which there was this great Bengal famine, okay, wherein millions of people have died because of acute food shortage. And basically it was also the time of World War, and most of the food grains which were actually produced in India, they were being exported to the UK. And the Prime Minister had the audacity not the Indian Prime Minister, then we did not have Indian Prime Minister, the UK Prime Minister had the audacity to say that these Indians beget like pigs and they deserve to die because our population is more. Instead of plugging our food grain problem, he was instead taking all of the ration back to his own country, and which had caused, which is no less than a genocide in itself. From that point, after the advent of Green Revolution in the 60s, where we were trying to get more yield from the limited land space that we always had, and from there we had various other revolution of all colors, white revolution, blue revolution, and many other revolutions, which has slowly made India self-dependent in its own agricultural or food production as a whole. Then now the focus is now slowly shifting from food security, that is having everybody has to have the adequate amounts of food in his plate on a daily basis. From that concept, we are now shifting to nutrition security, wherein we are also not compromising on the micronutrients also. Everybody has to have good amounts of all possible, all required, recommended nutritional, even micronutrients also need to be secured. Then trade and investment for improved nutrition. These include enhancing the trade and investment, exploring the options in international trade for nutrition. Especially, we'll see that most of the high nutritious food producers which have higher market value, generally they are sent abroad. They are mostly exported, and even the person who is actually producing it, the farmer themselves, they do not actually consume it, keeping all of it to for exporting, so that he gets more money, and from that money again he buys only the coarse grains and maximum dal. And the concept of dietary diversity is somehow lost, because even our food safety nets majorly are concentrating only on the coarse grains and pulses to the maximum. There is in no food safety net, only the recent ones wherein we are some governments are trying to have hot cooked meals, that they are also limited to a certain segment of population, like pregnant women or to the lactating women. Only for them they give this hot cooked meal. Even for children less than 5 years who are beneficiaries of these Anganwadi schemes, they are only given ration of probably nutritionally more more nutritious foods like balamrutam, which are again state specific. Some of them do, some of them just give only these coarse grains again, even through the Anganwadi systems also. And then providing safe and supportive environments for nutrition at all ages influence the food environment for healthy diets. If we see, the market is all about packaged foods. If we of course now people have a lot of tendency to see less of TV channels, more of YouTube or any other streaming devices. Even in these advertisements, most of it is about the packaged food, which are again having high in salt, sweet, sugar and cholesterol. Okay, but if has anybody seen marketing for more healthier food? It is very rare that we see such. But the market again, advertisements are always flooded with all these packaged food. I don't say that all of them are harmful, but again there are healthier alternatives which we all have to explore. protecting, promoting and supporting breastfeeding, that is which can be done right from the time that a woman is getting pregnant, or in fact right from the time the family is inviting a new member into their family through wedding. Right from that point onwards, we can start supporting and educating about breastfeeding. Reducing childhood overweight and obesity, which is again of a recent problem. We have seen many papers, if you see secondary analysis of NFHS also. See, NFHS basically is our primary source of data for all these stunting, wasting and undernutrition, wherein they are focusing only about the undernutrition part. They are not focusing, but the policy makers generally are focusing still only about the undernutrition part, whereas the overnutrition part generally gets, does not get much of importance that it actually has to. Especially we have children who are having a double hit of malnutrition. Okay, malnutrition actually, you all know that it encompasses both undernutrition as well as overnutrition, along with that even the specific dietary deficiencies, wherein you are finding children, especially children and adolescents, having stunting, that is they are having height for age less, but along with this there is concurrent obesity. Okay, so how do you understand that? You are having undernutrition in one part and overnutrition in the other part, in the same person, in the same child. And this is the same child who is going to become a citizen tomorrow, and he is going to carry these ailments along with him tomorrow, him or her tomorrow, right? So the overweight, obesity, especially in the children or adolescents, has to get even more focus that it always has needed. Reduction of anemia in women of reproductive age. How do we do it? We are trying so many policies have been made, have been continuing, but still this remains an enigma. We, the quantification, there are many factors which are actually having their say in the prevalence of anemia, especially in women. In this room, if we see, if we just take a sample of from this room, more than 60% of ourselves, most of you are affordable, most of you have, even food is accessible to you, but still nearly 50 to 60% of you still are probably anemic. Okay, so what is the reason for it? Probably we are having one is that anemia might not be simply because of iron deficiency. It could be other deficiency anemias also, including B12 folic acid, as well as because of our protein deficiencies also. These are the areas which not much of the studies are going on in this route now, especially the NFHS, which has been showing the anemia status in India. They actually do it from a finger prick, that is they do it from a capillary blood sample, okay, which again has its own demerits. One is that it has got a wide range of error. Almost it can be plus to minus 1 gram percentage. So what happens is, the one who is at the borderline, okay, if the cutoff for anemia is 11 and somebody is at 10.7, the actual hemoglobin percentage of that particular person could be between 11.7 to 9.7. Okay, so it probably also means that somebody is actually not anemic but still being classified as anemic. I do not say that this is the main reason why India is showing up so many anemics, but this also could be a reason, and that's why the latest version of NFHS, that is the NFHS 6, which is currently being done across the country. It is not measuring anemia now. Actually, NIN is doing another survey, which is called as the Diet and Biomarker Survey, wherein we are collecting venous blood samples, which will give more accurate anemia prevalence prediction or assessment. Estimation will be done through venous blood. Again, and improving water, sanitation, hygiene, and then moving on to the next, strengthening nutrition governance and accountability with these food security measures, advocating for a health in all policies approach in all national policies, programs related to nutrition, integrating multi-sectoral information systems related to food and nutrition. With this, I come to the end of this topic. I know it's very theoretical, and many of you might not be understanding why we are actually reading about it, but what you all must understand here is that all the agriculture or economics or food technologies, all of which we are going to talk in the next 2 days, are basically with these benchmarks only we are going to measure what is the impact of all these that we are discussing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
For such a wonderful and comprehensive approach towards the problem. My question for you, sir, is regarding to food security and nutrition security.
Yes, ma'am.
There have been many kinds of projects taken up by NIN, especially like the home gardening and the kitchen gardening. How do they address, and to what extent they have addressed this issue?
Yes, ma'am. So inherently, we have to accept that our nutrition education as such in the country is, nutrition literacy in the country is very low. Okay, so it gets very difficult to make people understand. What happens is, most times these kitchen gardens or nutrition garden schemes get to the public, and the program somehow ends after the distribution of the seeds from the horticulture department, sowing of the seeds. But what happens after that, what is the impact of these, is very not studied on a on a larger scale. We have tried to do a few impact studies of these. Of late, in 2022, we had worked with the MS Swaminathan Research Foundation, MSSRF, where we had these nutrition gardens being distributed in 4 different states of the country. And what the major problem that we had identified is that it is not, somebody has to be with them, like some nutrition counselor who has to again should be picked up from the same village, like how we pick up Ashas and Anganwadis. Okay, some nutrition mitra or something like that we have to identify within the community, who has to again and again re-emphasize what is the importance of these. Otherwise, what happens is, on the 3rd, 4th day, usually when in the rural side, these plants are eaten up by the cattle, their own domestic cattle.
Saram, sir.
Ma'am.
Very basic question, sir.
Please.
Now, because the entire community is moving towards a sedentary lifestyle because of work from home and etc.
Yes.
And we tend to eat more of the processed foods, like snacking has become most eventual habit. So how has the nutritional security been tracked or moderated in this situation of India?
Yes, madam. See, as such, tracking of nutrition security is still in a very infantile stage in India. Like, if you see NFHS, which actually gives out all these numbers to us, it has very little details apart from the anemia situation in India. Apart from that, it hardly gives any information regarding that. And again, the DABS study which we are doing currently now, we are also looking into all these biomarkers which are showing, which will be showing the actual micronutrient status in in the sample that we have taken. And we are still at the first round of this study, and we hope that this again, the DABS also runs concurrently like NFHS does on multiple, on a, every third or fourth year we do this study survey, and then we'll be able to find out how the micronutrient status has been changing, what are the trends of it, especially in the wake of sedentary lifestyles, and also in, when we are putting more, we have to understand that there has been significant development, especially in the affordability of even a common man, a poor man. As Sir says, many of them have come out of poverty. The definition of poverty, again, the $1 or $1.50 that keeps changing, it is again coming from the affordability of a person to reach 2000 kilocalories per day. That calculation also comes from how much you are able to afford for your food, right? So despite of all these improvements in the affordability, the recent expenditure survey that the report was out recently, says we are trying to, the expenditures on food is very much lagging when we compare it even with the expenditures done on tobacco or alcohol. So that is the actual reality that we are living in.
Because nowadays pampering by parents has increased. Whatever is demanded, they will give.
Yes,
and,
ma'am.
I think institutes like MIN, some extension programs, to give awareness to the parents, not to encourage children to give whatever they want, to give whatever they need.
Yes, madam. Definitely, madam. See, even for all of this, we need to have what is called as a situational analysis, wherein we actually have to know that this problem actually exists. If you see our nutritional surveillance systems in India, majorly done by the Anganwadi setup, they only look for the undernutrition and growth faltering. Okay, they report about only those people who are falling in the red category. Red category is again weight for age less than -2 standard deviations, and in the orange category, sorry, -3 standard deviations, and those in the orange category, that is between -2 to -3 standard deviations. Okay, these numbers are given from the Anganwadi center to the their supervisors, from supervisors to the project program officer. All of these are done only for the undernutrition only. And we do not have any markings for any color changes for those who are above +1 SD, which is the definition for overweight, or above +2 SD, that is definition of obesity. They are not even being under surveillance, not even being monitored. That is why we are failing to identify that this actually is a problem. Only when we are having a huge data set like NFHS and somebody is doing a secondary analysis, only then somebody is reporting, but again they actually remain just another scientific publications, but they are not pushed through in the corridors of the policy makers, because we see ourselves still as a country where people need, these food safety nets because we have a lot of undernutrition still prevalent. So, to answer the question that you actually asked, we are starting on a childhood obesity monitoring program at school levels, madam. We are starting it at a local level only currently as a pilot project from Hyderabad. We are trying to give an app to the schools, the physical education teacher of the school, wherein they will be monitoring children, not just about the what the nutritional status of the child is, but also looking at the obesogenic environment which is prevalent surrounding the school. That includes less physical activity, the type of food that the child is consuming, availability of these packaged food in and around the school. All these are being monitored, but this is again in a very limited scale that we have started. Hopefully, the results of these will help to make some policies.
Sairam sir, my question is that apart from nutritional programs that are already existing in the public to improve nutritional status, are there any new policies are coming up including sustainability factors?
New programs, see, we are getting new, these civil servants who read a lot of recent advances, especially, the success stories which have happened in and around the country. Okay, and they scale up many of these interventions. Like, for example, this hot cooked meal is also of a recent innovation only, which is being given to pregnant women and lactating women. And this has been slowly, which started actually in the combined state of Andhra Pradesh towards the end of, the time when bifurcation was about to happen. It started off then, and now nearly 7 to 8 states have taken up the same. Especially, this is all happening because of the new crop of these civil servants who are coming up, who read a lot about what all is happening in the country, good practices, and they scale it up in their own states. And many other innovations have been coming up, especially after the International Year of Millets, wherein a lot was studied about millets and its uses. And many of the states have, even there was a policy about introducing millets in the midday meal scheme. Somehow could not totally get into the menu, but still such innovations are, happening not at a, full countrywide scale, but yes, they are happening at local, regional, state level or at district level.
Happy to share with you, sir, that Department of Food and Nutritional Sciences is also undertaking some MSc dissertation projects on importance of breakfast for the adolescent girls, snacks, and working even on anemia related topics.
Yes, nice to know, madam. In that aspect, I want to also emphasize on the latest new scheme that is being brought forward by the government of Tamil Nadu, wherein they are introducing breakfast in their midday meal scheme.
Okay, sir.
And even NIN was a technical partner in that we had given them the menu of what all could be introduced and how this has to be rolled
Because
out.
that is the first and most important meal.
Yes,
Many
yes,
children
ma'am.
are skipping for many reasons.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
that is having an impact.
Especially school children, again, because of the paucity of time, and we are slowly also moving from, the concept of housewife or somebody, the grandparents at house, who used to actually take care of the nutritional needs. They used to plan the meal on a daily basis. Because of disruption of this system, slowly over time, I would not try to be a chauvinist, but here I am only saying that the system of housewife being planning the meal for the day that is getting disrupted, and the major point where the balanced diet is going awry is at the breakfast point. And the child again, we also are inculcating this habit of putting in some money in the child's pocket also, and they have this obesogenic environment in in and around their schools, where they eat whatever they are. The child does not think of anything. It is very colorful, and it is also being marketed. So he sees that product day in and day out whenever he is watching the screen. So obviously he'll be thinking that it will be good, and he starts taking that. And especially when the breakfast is missed, it again becomes another problem. Yes, ma'am.
Because it's only 6 years are left now.
Yes, madam. Probably.
NIN is taking any initiatives, sir?
Madam, sustainable development goals are more relevant at the global level and at the country level. And of course, the actions have to be more local so that the impact is found at the global or country level. And probably, though we can say that we might not be able to reach the SDGs by the target year, we should always be taking lessons from it, that what all could actually succeed, where all could be small, minor or major corrections which could have led for improved results. Even no program is a failure as such, madam. And as long as we are open to learn from it, learn lessons from it, no program, no rupee that has been put into some program, we should consider it to be a waste or lost. Okay, madam. Thank you, madam. Thank you for the opportunity given. Thank you.
On behalf of our symposium organizers and attendees, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. P. Raghavendra for delivering an enlightening and thought-provoking presentation on Sustainable Development Goals, the perspective of public health nutrition, Indian scenario, and the way forward. Your expertise and insights provided us with an invaluable perspectives on the Sustainable Development Goals 2, 3, and 12, and on the challenges and the opportunities within the realm of public health nutrition, particularly within the context of India. We are inspired by your dedication to improving the well-being of communities through sustainable practices and innovative solutions. Thank you for sharing your knowledge and guiding us towards a healthier and more sustainable futures. Thank you, sir. I now request Madam Srijaya, Dr. Srijaya, to hand over the token of appreciation to Dr. P. Raghavendra. I would like to inform the online attendees of a minor adjustment to our schedule. The speaking slots of the second speaker and another esteemed individual have been exchanged due to unforeseen circumstances. We appreciate your understanding and cooperation as we ensure the smooth continuation of our symposium's enlightening discussions. Now it's my distinct pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Dr. B.V.S.K. Rao, Retired Principal Technical Officer, Indian Institute of Chemical Technology. Dr. B.V.S.K. Rao is a distinguished professional with over 4 decades of dedicated research and development in lipid science and technology, serving at the prestigious CSIR Indian Institute of Chemical Technology, Hyderabad, armed with MSc and PhD in organic chemistry from Osmania University. Dr. Rao's expertise spans a wide spectrum, including pioneering work in value addition to byproducts of vegetable oil processing, innovation in novel processing methods for vegetable oil refining, and meticulous testing and analysis of oils, fats, and allied products. His contribution extends to the screening of tree-borne oilseeds and the development of groundbreaking technologies for various oleochemicals impacting both food and nutritional sectors. Dr. Rao's illustrious career is adorned with numerous accolades, including the Lifetime Achievement Award, J.G. Kane Memorial Award, and National Technology Award, among others. Notably, he has also excelled as a visiting professor at the University of Saskatchewan, Canada, and held leadership positions in esteemed professional associations. With a remarkable publication record of 90 national and international publications, a significant number of 35 patents, national and international, and successful technology transfers benefiting over 50 industries. Dr. Rao stands as an eminent figure in the field, shaping the landscape of lipid science and technology with his unwavering commitment and expertise. With a wealth of experience and expertise garnered from his tenure at IICT, Dr. Rao brings a unique perspective to our symposium today. Extending our warm welcome to Dr. B.V.S.K. Rao as we invite him to share his insights with us.
Good afternoon, all of you, and Sai Ram. And I offer my most humble pranams to the lotus feet of our beloved Bhagavan. First of all, I would like to thank Bhagavan for giving me this opportunity to talk in front of young, students who are pursuing their studies in the area of food science and nutrition. I am going to talk on sustainable innovations in vegetable oil processing and byproduct valorization. So my topic covers general introduction, statistical information, chemistry of oils and fats, importance of various components present in oils and fats, different varieties of oil-bearing materials, and why refining is required, and general methods of refining, value addition to byproducts and their applications. And lastly, if time permits, I will go for a case study on rice bran oil, which is very pet topic where we worked more than a decade to bring some novelties in this particular oil refining. So if we take the basics of a diet, healthy diet requires macronutrients as well as micronutrients. Macronutrients consist of fats and oils, proteins and carbohydrates. Among that, today I am going to talk about the macronutrients, fats and oils, which are going to give you 9 kilocalories of energy per gram. And the micronutrients also some of the areas where I will touch upon wherever these particular oils are concerned. If we look at what is an oil or a fat, basically, it is chemically, I think all of you are a little bit well versed with the chemistry part, because till intermediate little chemistry about it. Yes. So because unless you show the structure, you don't get the flavor of this presentation. So being a chemist, I always prefer to talk about the technology joining with the chemistry. So oil is, in chemical terms, it is called as a triglyceride or triacyl glycerol or triester of glycerol. So most commonly it is called as a triglyceride. So if the triglyceride is solid at room temperature, it is called as fat, and if it is liquid at room temperature, it is called as oil. In solid fat, mostly it is consists of saturated fatty acids, whereas in oil, it is rich in unsaturated fatty acids. Some examples of saturated or fats are tallow, palm stearin, vanaspati, ghee, butter, and other things. Like, in liquid oil, generally we come across sunflower, groundnut, mustard, and rice bran oils. These are some of the examples I am giving you. You all know that oils and fats will give you 9 kilocalories of energy per gram, and they are rich in nutrients like nutraceuticals, oryzanol, tocopherols, phytosterols, and all these things differ from seed to seed. All are not present in one seed, and it gives you health benefits because they are rich in omega-3, 6, and 9 fatty acids responsible for several biological functions in our body. So the role of oils and fats in food applications, the major rule is without oil, you don't get any taste to your food. That is a pakka. Because so many people are giving so many negative things in the social media nowadays. Because you don't consume oil. What you do? If you don't consume oil, where from you will get the energy? Because the only thing you have to have that balance. That is more important. So they give texture to the your material, and mostly it is used for frying applications, and it provides energy and absorbs certain nutrients and maintains your core body temperature. This is also equally important. Fat is a backup source of energy to fuel your workout when carbohydrates are not available in the body. Because sometimes if you do fasting, you don't supply anything to your food. Still we are surviving because the stored fat, it is consumed by your system. And they are very important materials. They are fat soluble vitamins, because all this nowadays fortification and other things through oil they are doing it. So these are all very important materials. Fats and oils are not just a caloric powerhouse, but they serve many chemical, physiological, and nutritional functions in the food we eat. This I will come a bit later. And in many vegetable oils are consumed directly or indirectly as ingredients in the food. What are the desired properties of oils and fats? You need to have proper physical and chemical and nutritional properties are desired for specific applications. If you want low temperature salad applications, your oil should have certain physical properties. If it is a deep frying, you need to have altogether different chemical and physical properties. And moreover, you need to have a balance in saturated, monounsaturated, and polyunsaturated fatty acid in your diet. And the important thing is they should have a very good oxidative stability. If you don't have an oxidative stability, your oil is going to create a lot of problems in your food chain, and ultimately you will land in health problems. And particularly the oils, when you are using for deep frying, they should have a thermal stability. That's also very important property. And most of these properties you don't get through one oil. Okay? That you should remember. There are definitely some clinical concerns by the usage of oils. One is the obesity and atherosclerosis, diabetes, and fatty liver, lipid storage diseases, and increased cholesterol, cardiovascular related. These are the problems. Still, in spite of these things, you have to consume this product. How to consume and how to give a good, value to this oil, we have to see now. And these are the facts. No vegetable oil contains cholesterol, and so many people say that don't eat oil, it increases your cholesterol level. And no vegetable origin oil extracted from the vegetable origin doesn't have cholesterol. And Saturated fatty acids can accelerate the metabolism of cholesterol, and polyunsaturated fatty acids are essential fatty acids because your body cannot synthesize it. You have to supplement them through your food chain. And when you say PUFA is good, then you should not consume only PUFA, because PUFA has its own thermal degradation problems. If you don't handle them properly, again polymerization and unwanted products development during your food preparations leads to so many health issues. If you see what are the human requirements as far as oils and fats are concerned, if you take a human consumption 2000 or 2100 kilocalories per gram per day is your requirement. Out of that, 1/3 you should get it from oils and fats. Suppose if you take a 2000 kilocalorie diet, and your diet should consist of 66 grams of fat. For a 1500 kilocalorie diet, 50 grams of fat is sufficient. But you should not consider only the one what you are taking in the food preparation. You have to always consider the invisible fat also into your calculation. So what are the invisible fats? These are the things we consume on a daily basis without knowing that you are eating fat. So like most of the cereals, even though they contain less amount of oil, but still they have oil in it. And coconut, we consume raw coconut. Whenever you go to temple, you break the coconut, consume it. Okay, then groundnuts, palli, so many varieties of products are there in the groundnut seed itself. So many products. You fry it, you make chutneys, so many things you make. But you don't consider that you are consuming oil there. Like almonds, cashews, and walnuts. You say that you are eating dry fruit. But what is that you are eating? Papads, pickles, paneer, so many baking items, biscuits. If you take baking biscuit, 25 to 35% oil is in it, but you don't consider it. Sweets are made, the basic ingredient is oil. You see all this sweet in the latter stage, but beginning you have to put that, you fry it in a deep fry in an oil medium. Non-vegetarian foods like meat and yellow egg, they are also a good source of fats and invisible fats there. And coming to the vegetable oil scenario, and what you are seeing on the left side, green color, they are the cultivated oil seeds. And the center one is in blue color is coconut. These are plant-based oils, coconut and palm. And the right side is rice bran and cotton seed. These are not the oil seeds, but they are the byproducts of paddy and cotton industry. But they are rich source of oil, and good quality of oil is one can make out of these things. And here this is important. The reason for me to show is the palm oil. When you take, there are two areas where you can get oil. One is the yellow, that is pulp, and this is the kernel. These are the two different. It gives the fat acid composition of these two are entirely different. But what we eat is this pulp oil. What you eat is the pulp oil. But this kernel oil, it goes for mostly non-edible applications because it is rich in saturated fats. Even in this pulp oil also, you are rich in both saturated fractions as well as in unsaturated fractions. Nowadays, what you are getting in the market is palm olein, where the palm saturated fraction is crystallized, separated, and that is used for a different application. I will come at a later stage. So whatever you are getting in the market is a palm olein, which is a liquid fraction. So if you chemical constituents, if you see that most of the triglycerides, most of the oils and fats are categorized into two. One is these are the saponifiable fraction. That means they react with the alkali and form the soap. So these are the triglycerides. In most of the oils, they are present to an extent of 90 to 95%. Other lipids are 5 to 7% monoglycerides, diglycerides, fatty acids, phospholipids, and glycolipids. Where from these monoglycerides comes or diglyceride comes, they are coming from the triglycerides. Because of improper storage of the oil seeds, they are hydrolyzed, it is hydrolyzed, and you get the monoglycerides. Okay, the important thing is minor constants like phytosterols, tocopherols, tocotrienols, in some cases voriconol, and other very important micronutrients. These are not the single oil contains, different oil contains all these things. So if you see the triglyceride structure, it is the fatty acids are distributed in a random way, saturated and monounsaturated, polyunsaturated. It is not that since I have put this in the first place, it is present at the first place only. It can be distributed in a randomized fashion in the 3 positions. And one important thing is most of the unsaturated or polyunsaturated fatty acids, they are located at the second position of the glycerol backbone. Okay. And when I say monoglyceride, it has only one ester linkage. When I say diglyceride, it has 2 ester linkages. The third positions are hydrolyzed and you are getting a free alcohol in this. Okay. And some time I will spend here, the polyunsaturated fatty acid, why they are important. And at the same time, I would like to emphasize on the omega-3 nomenclature, how it is defined. In a structure, chemical structure like this is a fatty acid chain, and the first carbon where the carboxylic group is there, it is considered as the first carbon, and the terminal carbon is the omega carbon. So whenever omega nomenclature comes, that you have to count the double bond position from the end of the molecule. Okay. Here it is 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is called as a omega 6. Forget about other double bonds. Like this, alpha linolenic acid, omega 3, 1, 2, 3. This third position is the double bond. Like that you have a gamma linolenic acid, which is not present. These are the 2 fatty acids mostly present in vegetable origin, vegetable oil seeds. And whereas this is present in very selective evening primrose, some selective oil seeds, it has it. This is a triene, but the double bond is present in the 6th carbon, first double omega double bond. Like that arachidonic acid with 4 double bonds, and eicosapentaenoic acid and docosahexaenoic acid. These 2 are very important what you call fatty polyunsaturated fatty acids, which the body uses for making so many different varieties of molecules which are responsible for different health benefits. And these 2 are present only in marine source, not in vegetarian source. Okay. And how these polyunsaturated fatty acids goes into your body. Suppose if you take omega-6 chain, omega-6 fatty acids and omega-3 fatty acids, they are a biological, your body synthesizes. These are the precursors. You have to supply to the body because your your body cannot have these things. So unless you supply, these following mechanism or metabolisms are not happening in your body. And they produce, these omega-3 and omega-6 produce prostaglandins, thromboxanes, leukotrienes. These are the most valuable materials for your brain growth, your nervous system functioning, and so many applications are there. Unless you supply your essential fatty acids, your body cannot synthesize these things. Ultimately, if you don't get these things, your health issues, you will land in health issues. And what are the PUFA fatty acid distribution, optimum fatty acid distribution you are expecting? Saturated fatty acid to monounsaturated fatty to polyunsaturated fatty acid, 1:1:1 to 1:1.5 to 1. So the preferred fatty acid composition absolute values is saturated fat is less than 33%, and more optimum is it should be less than 20%, and monounsaturated acid more than 40%. This is are called oleic acid rich fatty oils, and polyunsaturated fat oil should be around 30%, and omega-3 and other things at least 1 gram per day you have to consume it. Here I am giving you the fatty acid composition. I am not giving the individual fatty acids here, but I have categorized it into saturated fatty acids, monounsaturated fatty acids, and polyunsaturated. Among the polyunsaturated, omega-3 and omega-6 classification I am giving here. If you take coconut oil and palm oil, they are rich in short chain fatty acids. Okay, like that olive oil, groundnut oil, rice bran oil, they are rich in monounsaturated fatty acids. Sesame, sunflower, safflower, cottonseed, and corn, they are rich in omega-6 fatty acids. And soybean, mustard, and canola, these are rich in omega-6 and 3, and monounsaturated fatty acids, omega-3 fatty acids. And linseed and chia seeds, they are rich in omega-3. The problem with all these things is, since these are rich in omega-3, while using in the food preparation, you have to be really careful. reason is the moment they experience the heat, they polymerize. They form like a films, polymeric films. That's why most of the Indian linseed oil goes for paint applications instead of cooking thing. But if you want to carefully handle, you can use it for low temperature applications, salad things and other things, you know. You can nicely design some products using these things because you don't get this much high concentrations of omega-3 in any of the vegetarian origin. And one good thing is, and if you look at these fatty acid profile and other things, the only oil which is very close to the recommendations, WHO recommendations is, very close to a recommendation is rice bran oil, which it is not available for human consumption till mid-90s, And if you look at the fatty acid profile of these things which you consume directly, these are the seeds you consume directly. And monounsaturated rich almond, cashew, pisto, hazelnut, pecan, avocado, tea seed, these are all rich in monounsaturated. And pumpkin, walnut rich in omega-6. And these are the hemp and walnut, they are rich in omega-3 fatty acids. In addition to the fatty acids, these are also very important constraints, unsaponifiable matter. This means when you treat the oil with alkali, they won't react. So they remain in the oil. So they are called as unsaponifiable matter. And these are all very present in different concentration in different oils. If you see rice bran, it is rich in the unsaponifiable matter, which consists of tocopherols, tocotrienols, oryzanol, phytic acid, sterol, stearyl esters, squalene. These are all useful for your for different health applications. Okay. If you see the Indian scenario here, what my emphasis is, this is the per capita consumption. This is oil year 2020-21 figures. If you see Indian edible oil per capita consumption, it is now almost 16 to 16.5 kg per person per year. This is the thing, which was maybe 20-30 years back, it used to be in the single digit. Because of the capacity, purchasing capacity has increased. People are purchasing it, but whether it is available or not, it is not your botheration. Okay. Then what is our domestic vegetable oil production? It is only 9.5 million tons. All oil seed put together. And what is your oil consumption? It is 22.5 million tons. There is a gap, huge gap. More than 60% of our domestic vegetable oil consumption we are meeting through imports. Then your sunflower oil may help in reducing this. If you see the edible oil consumption pattern in India, most of our Indian population consumes palm oil, which is up to 38% of Indian population consumes palm oil. Soybean oil 19.7%, rapeseed mustard it is 14.1%, sunflower 9.2%, cotton 5.9%, groundnut 3%, and rice bran and others put together it is 10%. So if you see this pattern, palm, soya and sunflower we are importing. And palm oil we are importing from Indonesia, Malaysia, these countries. And soya, South American countries, Brazil, Afghanistan, Argentina, like that. And sunflower, Russia or Ukraine. These are the major suppliers of these things. One important thing is, after some time I will be talking about the byproducts. So what they are selling cleverly, selling to India is soybean oil. They are removing all the byproducts and they are directly sending the refined oil. Because that value addition they are doing it. They know the potential of those byproducts. Like that palm oil also. Palm oil also you are getting, earlier we used to get crude palm oil. Nowadays all the imports are only refined palm oil. Not even palm stearin. Stearin also they have their own market. They are not selling here. So whatever we are producing in India, the palm oil, from there we are getting the palm stearin. Coming to how you extract these materials, this is also important because because your food side, you will be focusing mostly on the food processing side, but how the products are made, that is also equally important to learn. So there are two basic things, one is the expelling, the other one is solvent extraction. These are the two ways you extract oil from the oil seed or oil bearing materials. So expelling, it is generally the gunny, olden days practice. Then subsequently mechanization and other things, hydraulic presses are there, screw presses are coming, because gunny, your extraction limit, there are limitations. You cannot extract 100% oil out of it. Because of this, the mechanization has come and the screw presses have come. They are efficiently removing majority of the oil present in the oil seeds. That is all the cold press. Yeah, I will tell you. I'll come back to that. No, the limitations also we should understand. It is a business, I agree. But what are the limitations associated with it? What is that we are losing? Also, we should have the awareness also. And this other solvent extraction. Here also, what type of oils you can go for expelling, what type of solvents you are supposed to go for solvent extraction. The limit is based on the oil content present in the seed. Suppose if your oil content is less than 20%, this is not a feasible method. Oil expelling is not a feasible method, because majority of the oil remains in the cake itself. But whereas that type of materials you are supposed to go for solvent extraction, because solvent extraction you are using a solvent, a non-polar solvent, which penetrates into the oil bearing materials and extract the oil, and after desolventization you will get the oil there. But in gunny, it is only physical process. There is no solvent involvement and other things. Whatever is crushed, whatever is energy is given, based on the energy you will recover the oil out of it. So what type of oils you are supposed to do expelling, what type of solvents oils are supposed to go to solvent extraction. Other these are not other methods also, supercritical carbon dioxide extraction. And this is only because a very high cost effective thing, you cannot go for it. And aqueous extraction, this is a very classical examples of our great grandmother's process of oil seed processing. What they used to do, they crush the oil seed and they put that in the boiling hot water. So oil being a non-polar and water being a polar, the oil comes out of the because of the temperature and floats on the top of the water phase. And they used to keep it or put some cloth over it, and they used to press it, and sun drying they used to do. They used to use that oil in the their kitchen in those days. That enzymatic extraction is also people tried. This is what they do, all these lipids, they are bound in to proteins and carbohydrates in lipoprotein bonds and other things. So unless you break open those things, you cannot do it. You cannot extract the lipids. So what is the enzymatic process does is, it breaks the lipoprotein bond. If you supply a protease enzyme to that, it breaks it. Then the lipid is released, and that goes into the water phase once again. This is also not a successful attempt, but people made it. But these are all other methods people have tried it. But mostly these are the two techniques people use it for the extraction of oil. And this is the gunny. Okay, old bullock, and they used to rotate. And this is the mechanized version of the gunny. Here you see the time taken for one round, 1 RPM. The bull has to come back there. So meantime, this will rotate 60 times. So that is the efficiency. The same process, efficiency you see that. Like that, because of the limitations and isolation and recovery of the oil, this is a screw press. It's a continuous process. These are all batch things. This is a continuous process. Keep feeding the seed here. It goes through a barrel, which is a propeller is there, and it crushes inside the barrel, and oil is coming from here, and you can recover the cake. This is instantaneous. It's a continuous process. So this is a typical solvent extraction plant. In center bit is the oil bearing material, and a conveyor it is passed, and from the top solvent is added to that, and from the bottom the solvent which penetrates to the oil bearing material takes the oil, comes down. Here the solvent is concentrated to recover the oil. This is also a continuous process available here. This is almost people, they go in 1,000 tons per day capacity plants are also available in India. And this is a typical way. So whenever you are seeing that, I said crushing. Okay. So oil seed, crushing, you give heat. Suppose if you go back here there is no heat is given in this. But whereas here, you can give heat so that you can effectively remove the oil out of it. Because your matrix is effectively damaged to push the oil from out of the matrix. So once the oil is there, and you get the crude oil and the residual cake you get. Residual cake is a very good byproduct. If it is edible grade, you can use it for different food applications. And nowadays, most of the residual cake is going for cattle feed, unfortunate. But there are plants where they are recovering the oil from these cakes also. But once again, this goes to here, solvent extraction plants. So they are removing the remaining oil from this. So here, once you get the crude oil, either you have to filter it or centrifugation, you will get a clean oil and the sediments. Sediments also you can push back to the residual cake and it goes for solvent extraction. Or it can be used directly for cattle feed. And this clean oil which is obtained during oil expelling process can be used directly for household applications or food applications. And solvent extraction, oil seed or oil bearing materials, you have to do the texture management. Seed you cannot directly go for oil extraction because each seed it has its own different texture. Some are hard, some are soft. So what you have to do is either you have to crush it or bring down the particle size to the bare minimum. Like in case of soybean oil, if I tell, they make the flakes, the seed. Those flakes will go for solvent extraction. From there the oil is removed. Flakes means our very flattened and thin one. So solvent penetrates very easily and it extracts 100% oil out of it. Then once the flakes and pellets are exposed to the hexane, this is called as solvent extraction. It goes to the little less than the hexane boiling point, around 60 degrees. They operate it and you get the micella. Micella means oil in solvent. So the micella is concentrated to remove the hexane to get the crude oil. This has to be refined. Whatever oil is extracted through solvent extraction process, they have to be refined. And this hexane, it goes back for recycling. Refining is must for oils. No for groundnut, sesame, coconut, mustard, safflower, these things expelling, you can use it directly. But still you have to make the specifications. And particularly sunflower, soybean, cottonseed, palm oil, rice bran. Nowadays sunflower oil is, people are doing expelling and they are consuming it. They are available in the market. Because of the presence of glycosinic acids, this was considered not to eat directly. Because seed has some toxic principles. But still I don't know why people are going for it. Okay, otherwise sunflower need to be refined. These are the two types of refining methods are available. One is the chemical refining and the physical refining is another method. The basic difference is these crude oils contains different kinds of impurities, gums, fatty acids and coloring bodies and in some cases waxes. These are all not good. You won't get a clean oil here. So in the chemical refining what they do is, they first do the degumming here. This is the degumming. And the neutralization where the free fatty acids present in the oil are treated with some alkali and they removed in the form of a soap from this. This is the basic difference between chemical neutralization and physical refining. Here the free fatty acids are distilled here. Fatty acids not reacted with any chemical here. These fatty acids which are removed through chemical treatment are removed by the process called as the distillation. Okay, this is the two. Then bleaching is done for both refining methods to remove the coloring bodies, and dewaxing is done to remove the waxes. This is particularly for sunflower and your rice bran contains considerable amount of waxes. If you don't remove these waxes, your oil will be in hazy in appearance. And the dewaterization to remove the wateriferous components present in your oil, and you get the refined oil. This is also refined oil. What do you do during refining? removal of gums and phospholipids. If you don't remove them, they are sticky in nature, causes filtration problems, decomposition rapidly at high temperatures, and they give black texture, black color to your finished oil. Then if you remove all these things, then downstream processing is very easy. Then bleaching, removal of coloring bodies and pigments, and they make the oil lighter in color. Neutralization and deacidification removes the free fatty acids. And because in case of solvent extracted oils, your FFA limit is 0.25. So you have to remove all the fatty acids present here. Like that in dewaxing, removal of waxes causes haziness to the oil. Oil becomes more clear at the end of the refining process. Dewaterization removes the water containing compounds, and you don't get any smell to your finished oil. And this is a typical way of doing chemical and physical refining. Degumming, you can do degumming with water as alone, phosphoric acid 0.2%, and enzymatic. These are the three methods available. Depending upon your phospholipids or gums content, you can choose which one is viable or feasible for your oil. And once you have the degummed oil, this is the chemical refining route where you have to treat with this aqueous sodium hydroxide at 70 degrees. And once the treatment is over, you have to centrifuge it and water wash. This is the real hitch in the whole chemical refining process. And you get the neutral oil. Once you get the neutral oil, you have to bleach at 100 degrees centigrade using bleaching earth activated or neutral earth. Sometimes in neutral earth also can be done, and activated carbon. Under a vacuum you have to do it, and you get the bleached oil. And this is dewaxing. Cooling. Dewaxing means waxes, if you cool it, they crystallizes, and you can filter it, and you will get the dewaxed oil. This dewaterization, 200 degrees centigrade at 1 tar, high vacuum distillation it is called, and you get the refined oil. And here also the same case with degummed oil. Once you get it, you have to first bleach it. Instead of chemical neutralization, you have to bleach it, and bleached oil is dewaxed, dewaxed oil is deacidified. This is the basic difference. Dewaterization is done at a little lower temperature. For distillation of fatty acids, it is done at 240 degrees, 1 tar vacuum, and steam stripping and cooling. And mostly sunflower and rice bran, they follow this protocol. And I will give you a typical example of soybean oil refining. Here 1 and 2 I have given, because these are the two byproducts which I am going to tell what are the important constituents you can isolate and use it for your food applications. Dewaterized distillates and crude gums. Here again 3% water you have to use, 70 degrees, degummed oil you will get. To remove the free fatty acids, you aqueous sodium hydroxide at 80 degrees. You get the free fatty acid and soap in the form of soap. And the degummed and neutralized oil, you have to bleach it with activated carbon and bleaching earth, and you get the spent bleaching earth byproduct. Degummed, neutralized and bleached oil, dewaterization, you get the refined soybean oil. Another important fat in your cooking area is vanaspati. Vanaspati is actually, it is basically poor man's ghee, it is called as. It is mostly used in deep frying applications, and it is used in biscuits and confectionery applications also. And most of your vegetable fats, the double bonds are in cis orientation. Then cis orientation, double bonds are in cis orientation. But the moment you convert this oils into vanaspati, during the process called as partial hydrogenation, in presence of nickel catalyst and temperature, you will get the vanaspati, but these cis double bonds gets converted into the trans double bonds, which is not a desirable product. Earlier till 90s, there are no stringent regulations as far as vanaspati is concerned. Whatever is available, we used to eat. Almost 30 to 35% trans fat we used to consume through these products. Okay. No limit till 2012. Now it is less than 5% as per FSSAI guidelines. Now it is insisting industry to come down to less than 2%. These values you cannot meet through this process. Okay. Then alternative process has come. Government has allowed it. This palm stearin, what I am telling you, it's also a fat, a healthy fat. There is no doubt. But only melting point is more. What they are doing is cleverly they are mixing, blending with other oils. Because for making vanaspati, government has given permission for 15 varieties of oils. So So all combinations you can use it. So this is a physical blend. Once you make the physical blend, if you take the physical blend, coconut oil, it comes it separates out. Groundnut oil, it separates out because of physical. They have different physical properties. But the whole product you have to only have only one physical property. That's why what they do is they call the randomization process. They do the interstratification using a 1,3 lipase or a chemical catalyst also used. What will happen? The fat acids present in all these things, they randomly distributes in other oils. So thereby you get a only single profile of glyceride composition. So then you don't see the separation of glycerides from this product. This is now, it is there is no hydrogenation involved. Whatever is present in the oil, cis configuration is retained. So they are able to make the trans-free vanaspati using this process now, and it is giving a slip melting point of 38 to 40 degrees. And now whatever you are eating the vanaspati, it is a physical blend with interstratification process. And once you make the oil, so the expelled oil, it should meet all these specifications as per the FSSAI guidelines. In case of this is the only acid value. It is permitted 6 maximum in this. Okay, and the purpose of showing this groundnut, coconut, groundnut, and mustard oil here is by seeing some of these chemical parameters, values, you can predict what type of fatty acids they have it. Say in case of saponification value, it is 250 in case of coconut oil. Mustard oil is 168 to 177. So there is this higher saponification value indicates that coconut oil has short chain fatty acids. The lower saponification value, mustard oil has higher chain fatty acids. Like that, the ideal value tells you what is the amount of saturated fatty acids present in you. This is 7.1. This is almost 90% coconut, 90 to 92% coconut oil is rich in saturated fatty acids. That's why your ideal value is low. And this is rich in unsaturated fatty acids. That's why your ideal value is more. Like that, in case of solvent extracted also, the stringent regulation is acid value is, it should be less 5 maximum. Okay, the remaining things remain same. We have to follow, once you make the oils, you should see that they fall under these specifications. Whatever oils you are producing, your sustainability of your industry depends on how effectively you are managing your byproducts. Whether you are selling those products for throwaway price, or you can do value addition to those products and get more revenue through those things, then your sustainability of your industry will be good. This, if you see these things, gums, you can get a good food grade lecithin you can make out of it, and you can make from this, you can do modified lecithins also. They find different applications in your food industry. And soap stock, which in case of rice bran oil soap stock, it is a rich source of oryzanol, which is a very good antioxidant present only in rice bran oil. And this soap stock can be used for fatty acid methyl esters, is biodiesel applications. And there is a good market for this soap stock. And crude wax, which is a combination of long chain fatty acids and fatty alcohols, which is a good source for making tricontanol and octacosanol, which has a nutraceutical value. And this bleached wax can be used for in the particularly food applications, fruit coatings and other things. This can go. And spent bleaching earth, of course, you don't have any value of food. From the food point of view, there is no value for this. But whereas these deodorized distillates, they are very good sources of tocophenols and tocotrienols. Particularly the tocotrienols are rich in palm oil as well as in the rice bran oil. So like that, you have a phytosterols also. Most of the pharma industry uses these plant phytosterols in their applications. These are some of the vegetable oil based nutraceuticals: oryzanol, lecithin, tocopherols, sterols, stenol esters, octacosanol, ALA, GLA, CLA. These are all very important. And structured lipids, reduced calorie fats, nutritional fats. These are all synthetic fats you can make out of it. All these valuable materials. And once again, I am coming to the structures of these materials. Phospholipids. When I say phospholipids, okay, I'll do it. these phospholipids, these first to second positions you have a ester linkage, and the third position you have a phosphorus containing group here. To this you have choline, it is attached, it is called as phosphatidylcholine. If it is ethanolamine, it is called as phosphatidylethanolamine. And inositol, if it is attached to inositol, it is called as phosphatidylinositol. If it is free OH, it is called as phosphoric acid. And soybean oil is a major source of this particular lecithin. And I'll skip, these are functional properties of lecithin. They find applications in food, baking, and other cosmetic areas also. And how to make the soy lecithin from food grade lecithin to food grade lecithin. Crude lecithin is mostly it contains moisture. You have to dry it because moisture is not a good contaminant in the oil, because it encourages the bacterial growth. So you have to effectively remove this moisture by doing drying. And because the gums are very dark in color, you have to bleach it to get a soy lecithin, which is honey-like color. That can be done. And this lecithin can be directly used for various applications like human nutrition, pharmaceutical, food, baking, cosmetic, different applications are there. And the specification says that the lecithin should consist minimum of 60% phosphatides, what I have shown earlier. And these soy lecithin, by doing acetone precipitation, you can get rid of the non-polar lipids like oil, triglycerides, and free fatty acids to get the phospholipids in pure form. From these these are finding applications in medical application, medical field. And like this, glycolipids are a very important materials, and soybean and rice bran are the major sources of glycolipids, and important molecules in target-oriented drug delivery systems. Mostly the trials are going on in cancer therapy, these things. Chemotherapy, the drugs are directly, they are sending it to the sites, cancer sites. And tocopherols and tocotrienols, they have a lot of health benefits, and this is the value addition to the deodorized distillate. This deodorized distillate is composition is, it consists of around 35 to 40% of oil and 40 to 45% of fatty acids, sterols, and tocopherols. What you have to do, you don't want these things in the soy deodorized distillate. What you have to do is you have to esterify this to fatty acid methyl esters and distill it. You get the fatty acid methyl esters. This has altogether different applications. And this distilled residue, by solvent crystallizations, which is enriched with sterols and tocopherols, you will get the pure tocopherols and tocos. Tocos depends on, if it is rice bran, you will get the tocotrienols also, and they find applications in different areas. Like that, phytosterols, these are all very interesting molecules which are present in most of the lipids. And keratin, this is a rich source of keratin. Red palm oil is a rich source of beta carotene. And unfortunately, India, we don't have a technology for it. But Malaysia, they have a technology for making a red palm oil. And this is one interesting area I wanted to focus on, concept to commercialization. Being a researcher, we always feel that to publish a paper, happy. And isn't it? Publish a paper, happy. And you must have heard in my presentation, I have 90 publications, 35 patents. But only the satisfaction what I got is, this is the particular area, which we published in a 2-page note, letters to the editor, not even full-fledged publication. We converted that observation into a commercial success. How? I will show you. This is why rice bran oil. This is nutritionally superior because of presence of various nutraceuticals, and this is popularly known as health oil, and increases the HDL levels and lowers the LDL level, and it has a balanced fat acid profile as per the WHO recommendations. And one interesting point is it lower retention of foods. When you cook your food material in rice bran oil, it absorbs, your food material absorbs less oil than compared with other oils. This is a proven, almost 20% benefit you will get it, because you don't lose your oil. You can, at the end of the preparation, you get more 20% oil. And it is more stable at higher temperatures also. And before going to that, what we had in 90s, I told you the scenario, very poor processing methodologies and other things. So then but then we thought, what is that we can do to the rice banana industry? So then we conducted a national survey and we approached almost 80 rice bran oil and rice bran refinery industries with a proper questionnaire what they are doing with respect to raw material quality, processing problems, byproduct utilization. These are the main areas we have collected the information, and these are the challenges we identified. This is oil is different from soybean and other oils. After the problem with the bran is, after removal of the bran during the milling, there is an enzyme called lipase which hydrolyzes the neutral oil, because till the brown rice is concerned, the enzyme is dead. The moment you scrape it, it reaches the optimal temperature, it again activates itself, and it requires some food. What is the food available? Triglyceride is available. It attacks the triglyceride and converts that into free fatty acids. Okay, this free fatty acids, from the day, if you don't process the bran immediately, within 24 hours, the free fatty acid shoots up to 40% in 15 days. So your bran has no value for extract. Even if you extract the oil, it cannot be processed for edible applications. So that's why the moment you mill it, you have to recover oil from it. And because of this enzymatic reaction, it is rich in monoglycerides and diglycerides, and it is abnormally high in unsaponifiable matter, which creates processing problems. And the polar lipids, like non-hydratable, even a phospholipids, you have hydratable and non-hydratable phospholipids. Hydratable phospholipids, by giving water, they take the water and oozes out and become a bulky molecules, and you can easily separate from the oil during deguming process. Whereas non-hydratable, they don't react with the water, they remain in the oil. So whatever processing technologies available in those days, they miserably failed to remove the non-hydratable phospholipids from the medium. That's why till the end, these non-hydratable phospholipids used to carry, and they used to give very bad quality oil at the end of the day. So this is the lipids. When you do, we came with an enzymatic process called enzymatic degumming. And initially, what we don't know what type of enzyme will work. Then going through because literature reading is also very important. I am telling you at this stage. What is that you extra information you are drawing from the literature? That's also equally important. When we gone through the literature, we found that this particular enzymatic route is applied for soybean oil, rapeseed oil, sunflower oil. We have seen that nobody made an attempt, or I don't know whether they have successful or failure in that, maybe failure only. They did not cover this rice bran oil in this particular their patents. Then we said why they are unable to, why they failed in adopting this methodology to rice bran oil. Then we have seen we don't know where to get the phospholipases. Then we approached pig slaughterhouses. Pig pancreas contains these phospholipases. So we used to collect pig pancreas. From there we used to isolate the pig pancreatic lipase. Those things we conducted the trials, and we found some good results. Then we said, okay, this is good. Then we searched throughout the globe who is producing these lipases. Then we found that Novozymes is producing, and we got some enzymes from the Novozyme, and we tried it, and it was working very well. But these limitations are, if you say pig pancreatic lipase for processing, nobody will purchase rice bran oil for human consumption. Okay. Then what we have done is, yes. And then we were searching for microbial source for the production, because through microbial source you can produce huge quantities of enzyme. Once you say it is successful, you need to supply that enzyme to the companies or producers, isn't it? Once we identified that then we contacted those people. They were good enough, or they are very liberal in sending those enzymes to us. Then we told them, if you are successful, you are going to get Indian market for your product, because they don't know where to sell those products. We assured them, if we are successful in this thing, doing this, then another thing, you should not confine your research to the laboratory level. Industry don't believe those values. So what we have identified an industry. Madam, I will take another few minutes because this is an interesting story. Otherwise, you can. I'll stop here and I will tell you the success story.
You cannot stop. Please continue.
Please. And another 5 minutes, not more than that. So this lipase we have conducted laboratory scale higher studies, 5 kg, 10 kg level studies we have conducted, and we found it is working. Whatever process we have designed and developed under laboratory conditions, under pilot scale conditions, it was working. Then we contacted one local industry. He was kind enough to give the plant to us. He said only one thing: if you adopt this process, the whole Indian industry is going to get benefited out of it. If you fail it, whatever I am losing is 1 lakh rupee per day, not more than that. I am prepared for that risk. So we said we give the plant to you. We asked him to give 3 months that plant. He has supplied manpower, he has supplied raw materials, whatnot, everything. Our institute has not paid even a single NP to that industry, because he has faith on us, because we have earlier interactions also. Then after 15 days of our processing, continuously we were processing, at the end oil he was selling, processing end oil he was selling. 15 days, we asked him to give 1 month time for his review. He said 15 days he called us. What is that you people are doing? Sir, we are doing processing, and you people are, where we are putting, you people are putting, we don't know. Then he said, do you know the interesting fact of your technology? He said, tell us, sir. Unless you tell, we don't know. Then he told is, I expected 1 lakh rupee loss per day from your process, but because of you, every day I was getting 5 lakh more revenue for my industry. Then he narrated why, where. Then he said, I'm not able to, your effluent load is bare minimum. I'm not using those, my treatment plants. Then the second thing is, I'm getting extra revenue through my byproducts. And my oil loss has come down to less than 2%, which is, we have given a 2% more oil recovery. See, imagine a 50 tons plant, 100 tons per plant, 2% is not a small thing. So he was getting huge revenue, 5 lakh per day profits I am getting. You carry on whatever you want to do, you do it. I am giving you my plant. Even if you want 1 year also, I don't mind. Because your manpower, I am using it. Intellectual manpower, I am using it. Then we contacted TMOP, because that is the funding agency. Then after seeing the inputs from the industry, they called the whole rice bran oil industries a meeting at Delhi. Then they said this is the process developed by IICT. If you are willing, we want, because government wants to promote this oil in the for the benefit of the consumer. So then they said that we will give those who are willing to promote rice bran, use rice bran oil, enzymatic degamming technology developed by IICT. We are giving 75% grant in aid, no repayment, grant in aid. So then 15 industries came forward. So we successfully demonstrated all those things to them. And one interesting thing is, all these gamma original, soap stock and all, we retained that gamma original in the finished oil. From 1.5% initial, our process at the end of the process, we retained almost 1.2 to 1.3% in the finished oil, which is getting a nutritional benefits to the consumer. So this is only 2-page letters to the editor. We converted into a commercial success. I'm not going into the details of these things because of thing. And this is the success story. We have taken project engineering companies also into our part of the program. So unless engineering also is more important. Food science is different, food engineering is different. You have to understand engineering also, little engineering also. So we have transferred this to 27 clients. This is up to 2012 only. And all these benefits, we have, and we got this technology TDB National Award 2009. This is the highest award for a technology in India. And Industrial Green Chemistry Award also we got from some American organization. We competed with 105 competitors. They finalized our thing. And this being a CSR system, our system also recognized, and they have given us the things. These are the commercial benefits also I'm telling, and presently not necessary. And this is another interesting byproduct, original. This also, which is a byproduct. We have developed a technology and we have demonstrated to industries. Now one industry in Dhuri, they are producing this and they are selling this in capsules. Okay, structures. These are all important materials which are there in your thing. This is the outcome of our success story. We have Total 11 patents came out of our hard work, not only commercial success. You have a professional success also here. So 11 patents we generated through the whole exercise. And this is one very important slide actually. Paddy, what you say, paddy. You see how many number of molecules or chemicals you can make out of it. We are ending in the first line only. Rice, that's it. Not more than that. Okay, sir, one more thing I wanted to project. This brand contains silica because it is an inherent nature of your plant itself. You cannot separate it. Can you manipulate without silica? You can produce paddy. That is a big challenge, sir, because this is a defatted bran, which is totally going into the poultry feed because of one thing, that is it contains around 3 to 4% of silica, free silica. That gives you, otherwise it will become a very good breakfast cereal. Atta, other things you can make it very good, rich source of fiber. This is 100% going into the cattle feed. So this is the silica in the only thing, challenge. Still it is not solved. And not only oils for food applications. No application without oil. No application without oil. So once again thanks Swami as well as the organizers for giving me this opportunity to talk to you people. And if any questions, I think probably during lunchtime we can or.
One burning question.
Sorry.
Actually, really enjoyed your presentation. So nice. I mean, nicely articulated.
Thank you,
and
sir.
great work. Very happy. So I'm just wondering, sir. We are not experts in this area, but I was wondering, when India is one of the largest producers of rice globally. In fact, we export a lot of rice, right? And we have huge rice bran. And rice bran oil is so good and technology available. Then why we are importing, why we are world largest vegetable oil importer?
No, sir, we are producing paddy. Out of paddy, it's only 15 to 20% is the bran.
Still
Husky is the another product you have.
Right.
So this is a 10 to 15% you get from, if you take 100 kg of paddy for processing, you get only 10 kg of bran.
Yeah.
It is two kinds of. One is a raw bran that is not done any modifications, that contains around 15 to 20% oil. There is a called parboiled bran. So parboiled bran is paddy is cooked. During the cooking process, some oil is released out of it. So that contains around 20 to 25% oil in it. These are two varieties of brans are there. Parboiled raw bran oil is very clear, neat in characteristics, whereas parboiled it is dark in color. Otherwise, chemically they are one and the same. You have more recoveries.
But sir, except in AP, Telangana, we don't have much parboiling outside.
No sir, Kerala, Tamil Nadu.
Only, yeah. That's we are only sending basically, right? They have their own. But I'm just wondering the volume of
Bengal, total Bengal, Orissa, those things they use only parboiled, sir.
Okay. But even then, still we have huge rice quantity. I mean, you mean to say that that is still not enough?
That's what we are able to. If you process 100% rice bran available, it's not going to meet 1.6 million tons only. We are going to produce it.
That is a challenge then. That means still our sunflower and all should fly.
Even out of that, I'm telling you, 1.6, we are processing only 0.9 to 1 million tons only. Still that is wasted because of the problems associated with the rice bran. Not silica, bran, if you don't process it within 24 hours, you are getting a inferior quality oil which cannot be processed for refining. Because refining, there are so many problems, sir. Your recovery yields and other things will drastically come down. No, now it has come. Everywhere you see original. Everywhere it is there. Now, most of the blends, fortunately, you see the label 80% rice bran oil. Most of the blends.
And one question for if you top 3 oils which people should use at home, what would you say?
Rice bran, sesame, groundnut.
Sesame, groundnut, wonderful.
Not coconut?
See, these are all diversified food habits, as you told. It's not harmful. But coconut oil production is much, much, much lower than your all other things.
Yeah.
Because these have alternate markets, sir. Coconut itself is a market. Nariyal podo, whenever you go to temple, that much is wasted, no, sir? Like that, there are products, you directly consume coconut. So part of that is going for direct consumption. So 100% coconuts are used for recovery of coconut oil.
Sir, if you permit, one more thing. I was wondering, when you showed the statistics, the groundnut is only 3% consumption in India.
That's it.
Is it? Because in South India, a lot of groundnut oil.
Mustard is North India, mostly
I
mustard.
saw mustard is higher, I agree.
In Indian scenario, mustard is the highest
Yeah, because
oil
entire
yielding
North and
crop.
East they eat. Yeah, but that 3%. That is, that's what I was wondering.
These are the statistics given by Solvent Extractors Association of India. That is a professional body.
Mustard unrefined, toxic fatty acids are there.
Mustard unrefined.
Unrefined we should not use. Because the toxic fatty acids. Sir, one point out of our study.
Can
Rice bran vanaspati was prepared, sir, few years ago. That was supplied to OTRA local, Oil Technology Research Institute. We are asked to do the study, whether it is good for health. What we found, no, sir, rice bran vanaspati, not rice bran oil, okay? It is depositing in the animal tissues. So the vanaspati point of view, rice bran should not be used.
Then the question is first how the raw oil characteristics of rice bran.
That sample was given to
No, there are two things. So if it is wax is there, dewaxing is not done, still you can do the hydrogenation. If waxes are there, then these type of problems may be there. Otherwise, because in the moment you take it is 90% of triglycerides are there. The moment you consume it, whether it is vanaspati or normal oil, it goes into the body, the lipase attacks, and it hydrolyzes the fatty acids in first and third position.
95% rice bran oil, 5% sesame. Vanaspati manufactured.
5% sesame is a must in
It is as
vanaspati.
per government norms.
Regulation.
But
That's rice bran oil, is it dewaxed or not? You have to see that.
The sample given from OTRI we had studied, sir.
No, that's what you have to. Whenever somebody gives you sample, don't take the sample directly. You ask them to provide the certificate. What is that chemicals present in that? Because because earlier days dewaxing is not proper. Earlier days dewaxing was not proper. Even in the 80s, the whole oil used to go for hydrogenation. That goes into the soap. Soap, when you are rubbing it, we don't know what is that precipitate.
But as such, vanaspati hydrogenated, no, sir. It is not to be
Partially hydrogenated.
recommended.
Partially hydrogenated. Trans fats are generated abnormal in that.
Vanaspati we cannot recommend.
But this is interest-fed vanaspati you can. No issue.
Sir, thank you very much for that lecture. Just wanted one small question. What is your position? I mean, what are the pros and cons of blended oils? Because NIN as such does not recommend blending of oils, rather. Rather. And rather NIN. NIN asks for a cyclical approach, like one oil after the other, different types of oils, one after the other, rather than blended oils.
Unknowingly, we are consuming all the oils. Unknowingly. Like, what you are saying, when somebody says that oil, you are thinking the oil which is taken from the container and using. Your coconut oil you are using, consuming. Palli oil you are consuming. Sesame oil you are consuming. mustard tadka mein dalta na, so that also you are consuming. Where you are consuming cashew nuts, you are consuming other walnuts, whatever, almonds and everything. So blending is happening, but only thing, when I said blending, when you do the blending, I told you vanaspati is the best case for it. If you do physical blending, it is as good as eating each and everything separately. So molecular species union is not happening there. So whatever blends you are telling, we are doing it, but unknowingly we are doing it. And India is permitted only 2 oil blending, and one must be minimum 20%. That is the thing. Very off late, to meet the PUFA, N3 PUFA, they allowed, permitted linseed and what you call the other one, 2 oils they permitted up to an extent of 5% only, because unknowingly if we go for deep frying, it forms polymeric fatty acids, unnecessarily dumping in the body doesn't know what to do. Okay, these are all issues because no studies were there. And the funniest part is how many times it has to be recycled. It can be recycled oil. Whenever you are using it, just like that you cannot throw na. एक बार आप जंतिकल వేసిన తర్వాత దాన్ని పడేయం కదా బయటగా ఏం కదా. But cleverly what we advocate is use that for तड़का डालने में you use it. Otherwise the regulation says that ultimately they get the polar lipids. Polar lipids level is 25%. We have done almost 17-18 times repeated use. And that is not reaching that 25%. That means you are allowed. Regulation itself is saying that you can use it. So blending, unknowingly we are doing.
We extend our heartfelt gratitude to Dr. B.V.S.K. Rao, a distinguished retired Principal Technical Officer from IICT, for delivering an illuminating presentation on sustainable innovations in vegetable oil processing and byproduct valorization. Your profound expertise and insights have enriched our symposium profoundly, offering invaluable perspectives on sustainable development in this crucial domain. We sincerely appreciate your contribution and in the inspiration you have provided, guiding us towards more sustainable practices in vegetable oil processing and byproduct utilization. Thank you for enriching our understanding and inspiring us with your expertise. I now request Honorary Professor B. Andalu to hand over the token of appreciation to Dr. B.V.S.K. Rao. We would take the questions in the second session on the afternoon. We'll now break for the lunch and gather back for the session 2 by 2:50 p.m. By 2:40 p.m.